I'm like, man, Rollo Tomassi don't get no hoes, man. Who, like, come on, man, like, who gave Rollo Tomassi this God tier status? Like, Rollo Tomassi don't get no hoes, man. Like, show me some hoes Rollo Tomassi pulled, you know what I'm saying? Show, like, really, like, y'all acting like he really popping, pushing P, like, y'all acting like he came out the womb saying P.
What if I really did come out of the womb saying, sorry, my voice is all fucked up right now because I think I might have got whatever Glenn Lawrence got over the week. Hold on to your butts. I am live from Reno, Nevada. Yes, sorry, not Lake Tahoe. Heading up there tomorrow, hopefully. Today we're going to be getting into some basics. Got to go back to the beginning. Back to the beginning again. Yeah, apparently you guys need a remedial lesson. All the haters, all the critics, anybody who wants to grift on the quote-unquote red pill. This show is for you today, friends. But first, I've got to get down to business.
I think broadly speaking, you've got like polyamorous relationships and you've got like open relationships, where polyamorous is like, oh, I've got like 3 different girlfriends and we all hang out or sometimes even live together, or 3 boyfriends, whatever. And then you've got like open relationships, which is like, oh, you know, like you can basically hook up with other people and then you've got like your main relationship and that's it. I think ours is probably somewhere in the middle, of that, to where like we've got like long-term friends, some of them we hook up with, and that's kind of how we, it's a delicate dance that explodes every 6 months on itself.
So it does explode. You guys fight over it?
We fight over some things, Things happen,
I think it's mostly because a lot of people can't handle it, and they agree to something, and then they realize that we're way too cool, and then they get really obsessed, and they think that they can like get in there, and then it gets really dramatic.
Have you figured it out? Like, it seems like
I feel like we figure out things more and more, like when it comes to like what's a good person for us to hang out and what's not a good person for us to hang out with, or like I probably have more opinions on like who he hangs out with because he likes the fucking psychos.
Yeah, so you like to surround.
He likes the not like the crazy ones, like the baby trap sort of women. That's the ones, and I don't like that because that affects me.
That affects your game theoretical calculation.
Obviously, yeah.
Right. You like to surround yourself, like in general, you've talked about, with crazy people.
I say crazy, and I really shouldn't.
It's a humorous way.
It's like,
They're
it's
very unstable.
can be unstable, but people that are very unique.
Would you like to know more?
Is cheating. Linking up and hiding it from your partner is cheating. Entertaining, messaging, snapping, and texting someone behind your partner's back is cheating. Once you start hiding, deleting, or putting your phone on do not disturb, it's cheating. Stop watering down cheating, because the truth be told, it doesn't have to be physical. Disrespect and betrayal always start mentally before it turns physical.
You're a cheater if you still want to watch porn and have variety digitally, but call yourself a loyal man. See, all you dudes in relationships are the biggest cowards, the biggest liars. You try to shame men who are at least honest that we want variety, and you call us not having self-control. But you sit up there and you take a phone screen and you touch yourself to it and call yourself a man. Call yourself a loyal man. If you still need to watch women digitally, you're cheating. If you are a loyal man and you claim you're loyal, you claim that you only want your girlfriend, why do you need to get off still watching other women? And if you're a woman, if your man watches porn, he wants variety. He's just lying. He just needs to get it off digitally because he can't get it actually physically.
If I said, okay, honey, I'm gonna make you a promise. I know you want me to promise to be virtuous to you and fidelitous, but I'm gonna go further. I'm gonna make a promise that I'm going to do everything in my power to train myself, my mind, my brain to not look at other women. There's some people out there like, you can look at the menu. Right. I'm like, you only look at the menu if you're hungry. And at some point, it's a gateway choice that's going to get you in trouble. And so I just made a decision for myself. If you're looking, that's the first step. That's the antecedent to winding up in a spot that you don't want to find yourself in. So I love this idea of the Nike opposite, which is just like have a little bit of common sense in a world that doesn't seem to have a lot to say, hey, where can choices lead? And if it can lead you where you don't want to be, maybe don't make the choice in the first place.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
For a husband, and you have any photographs of you by yourself in Dubai, take those motherfuckers down immediately, right now. We do not value your traveling experience. Women don't need to date to get better at dating. Women don't need to date lots of men to get better at relationships, but men do. Does that sound like a double standard? Yes, it's a double standard, because we are weird and awkward and we're not approached by multiple women when we're growing up. But as a woman, by the time you go through puberty to the time you're 22, you are approached by more men than I will be approached by human beings for my entire life. Do you understand? Women are more calibrated than men. You don't need to date a bunch of dudes to get better at dating. We as men kind of do. We need experience with women. If we don't have experience with women, we end up like Steven Crowder, getting divorced by our wives who we lost our virginity to, and not signing a prenup in the state of Texas because we're stupid. That's what ends up happening, because you don't know what you're doing. Does that make sense?
The most successful DJs are men. It doesn't make sense to me, because in real life, the best DJs are clearly straight women. Because we're out here remixing men all the time, right? Every time we break up with a man and send him off to his next relationship, we're like, remix! It's Jason, but with career ambition! Like, oh, here we go, it's Anthony, but he's a better communicator! Another one. This is how women support women. We just go around fixing each other's future husbands under the table, no commission. Just like, here's Brian, he's an active listener. Congrats on the engagement. I'm so happy for you two, you know.
Dump that bitch!
Men tripping and falling? Ick.
Men being cold?
Ick.
This is Brian, and he's trying to decipher one question unknown to the male species. What is an ick?
An ick is just like when a man does something cringy. For example, being happy. Like, men used to go to war and die. Why are you smiling?
Despite being given countless examples, Brian cannot identify the common denominator that constitutes what makes an ick. As a result, he lives in constant fear of committing a heinous ick in front of the bitches.
So what do you mean, ick list?
It's a list of my icks. Like, 1, men laughing. I feel like expressing joy is kind of girly. 2, him not having a good relationship with his mom. 3, him being too close with his mom. That's fucking weird.
No matter how hard he tries, Brian can't seem to make sense of it. But one thing he knows is that he's always at risk of committing an ick, no matter how dire the situation.
Y'all run me all y'all shit right now.
Yeah, okay. I mean, hell nah.
What you mean, hell nah? You ain't got no choice. Nobody's around to hear you scream for help.
So? I don't do screaming. I'll leave that to the females.
When we asked Emily why she broke up with Brian even though he saved her from the mugger, she said, "Brian jumping in front of a bullet for me was nice and all, but now he has a limp. And limping is a huge ick for me."
Phenomenon that I feel like guys don't understand, but women do, and I think there's a good reason for it. But just the ick is feeling of you're dating somebody, and then they do something, this obscure little thing, and then all of a sudden you lose all attraction to this person.
Because you think about, can I see that every day for the rest of my life, or can I not? And the answer is no.
And that thing is usually something, at the most, a minor faux pas. Like it's something like jumped over a puddle and they look kind of funny. And it's different from a turn off, because it's not like, oh yeah, they said a racial slur, that's an ick. It's like, no, that's just
that's a red flag.
Tell these bitches to go to hell.
Going to have more sex being in a relationship. This is something I've learned. Unless you're Dan Bilzerian, you're always going to have more sex being in a relationship than trying to go hunt for different women every week.
Oh, that in a man's standpoint.
Correct.
Okay.
Because
I'm like, for women, I'm like, no, I have a lot more sex when I'm single.
Right. That's sad.
I do, obviously, I have sex when I'm in a relationship, and I have and I f a lot.
Yeah.
But it's still one of those, like, I just want to cuddle sometimes. So when I'm single, I go to your house with purpose.
Yeah.
Possibilities are endless, and I just feel really pretty. I'm holding out for someone who meets my standards, won't settle for anything less than perfect. I know what I want, and in 2 short years I'm gonna be 33. Who the hell will want me then? My ovaries
ovaries are shrinking, I'm disgusting and everyone feels bad for me, and I never get invited to dinner parties anymore.
Things unfold when they're supposed to, cause everything happens for a reason. It'll happen for me when I'm not even looking. He'll just appear, and I'll just know, and he'll—
Oh, what? You think biological reality doesn't apply to you in your adorable cocoon of agelessness? Well, it does. And while you're just waiting around and focusing on you, guess what? You're gonna miss your fucking window!
Everything happens for a reason. You know I truly believe that.
Yeah, you said that before.
Oh my god, it does though. Everything happens for a reason.
What about the Haitian earthquake or cellulite on skinny women?
Just say, hey universe, I'm ready. It'll happen when you least expect it.
Well, I don't expect it at all now, so I guess it's right around the corner.
Maybe you're putting out the wrong vibe. Maybe you're closed off to love. Let me tell you a secret. It's called The Secret.
Here's another secret. You're an asshole.
Your negativity is a self-fulfilling prophecy. The reason things go well for me is because of positivity.
Well, and positive fertility always begins to atrophy when infantile fantasy eclipses true reality.
It never once occurred to me that things won't work out perfectly. When God closes a door, you see, he opens a window.
You realize that's a smaller opening, right? You used to be able to walk out the front door, and now you have to climb out some slightly ajar window somewhere, possibly falling like 5 stories to your death. That is not an upgrade. And you know what else? There's nobody left! I'm all alone! I fucking hate you! You're such an arrogant cunt!
Can't love someone else
so
who you love. You're
stupid!
Can't love someone else who you love yourself. Can't love someone else who you love yourself. Can't love someone else who you love yourself. 'Cause life is good.
I haven't used that in so long. That's Kate Micucci. Yeah, her real name is Micucci, by the way, and I forget the blonde girl's name. Forgive me. It's Garfunkel and Oates. That's their comedy shtick. That, by the way, that video, which I will most definitely probably have to take out in post. That has been around for a while. I used that as a, I think it was an intro video for one of my posts, which, by the way, I'm going to get to today. I've been sort of recovering from this last week, but I've been going over some of my older material because I think a lot of people really are wanting to get back to the I know we should cover it, huh? We should actually cover this, do a cover version of that. The thing is if a guy does that, or if like women did that now, this would not be as funny, right? Remember, this was from, I want to say that I pulled this from 2014. This is a long time ago, man. I mean, we're talking like, almost almost 9 years ago. So back then, yeah, she was on Big Bang Theory. You are correct. That's Kate Micucci. She's actually, by the way, both of them they're both actresses. They're both comedians, but they're like a comedy duo. I don't know if they're still together. I kind of hope they are. They've done a lot of other stuff too. If you look them up, it's Garfunkel and Oates. Yeah. But I remember using that video when I was trying to describe the epiphany phase. And that's really, that's part of what I wanted to get into today a little bit. I wanted to sort of recover and go back and do some remedial stuff here because I'm seeing a lot of people throwing out this bullshit about those red pill guys. Those red pill guys always say this. Those red pill guys always say that. And we're getting to the point where let me pull this out of here, where we've kind of crossed the Rubicon here. I think we are finally here in August. As I said, we're coming up, but what is the day? Today's the 13th. We're almost to the middle of August right now. And I've been saying this for most of the year, back on December 31st, as a matter of fact, of last year, on the Rule Zero end of year show. I said, you will not recognize the manosphere by August of this year. And I was right. I would say that we are most definitely, it's not what it used to be. And I think a lot of the people who wanted to be a part of it are now abandoning it because it's like a used toy that they don't want anymore, or they don't want the stink of the red pill or the stink of the manosphere touching them anymore. We can make the case for like sort of the red pill women of the manosphere. That's an easy observation, though. There's a lot of other people who have decided that they are going to take it upon themselves to sort of turn a buck or become a grifter based on anti-red pill. How can we debunk this? How can we? And again, this is kind of par for the course. If my voice sounds a little off today, I'm a little bit under the weather. I know Glenn Lawrence actually had to go to the hospital on Friday. Was it Friday? No, Saturday. Saturday was his Friday night, Saturday morning. Yeah, and exactly. I mean, people can say we can blame it on the Tates, we can blame it on whoever. The fundamental basis, the fundamental groundwork of what we call the red pill, what the manosphere was, and what it has become, let's say, like within the last maybe 2 years. I think maybe August is actually a pretty significant month, because I can remember when Myron and Fresh first had to go through their first sort of I don't know, scandal, but like they had to go through their first the first difficulties, let's just say, as a show, being attacked unceremoniously, let's just say, by Abba and Preach back then. And of course, they wanted to bring them down. They wanted to crush them. They wanted to destroy their show. They wanted to crush them personally. They couldn't do so by grabbing anything out of their past, and so therefore they manufactured it. Same thing with, baseless accusations that, was it Myron had some sort of secret pregnancy and had to get the girl to like abort the child and all this other shit, and had to but then Fresh, of course, I'll tell you what's funny is about the whole thing about that situation is nobody really remembers what the details were. That you can go back and watch the whole thing that broke down, and when Allende came and like confronted them at the apartment door, and all this stuff that was going on. And then I think it was Fresh who had like issued some sort of challenge to Preach, saying he wanted to fight Preach. That's the only part of that whole, clusterfuck that anybody ever remembers anymore, was the fight. When are they going to fight? It's been 2 years. When are we going to set this up? When is that going to finally happen? Anybody remember when Tate was supposed to fight Logan Paul, like before they got arrested? Well, I guess that flew out the window. That was sort of a fart in the wind, wasn't it? But people remember that stuff when it's something salacious as that, when they want something to go. So, yeah, I'm sure. I mean, if you guys want me to get into that, I've already gone into the whole thing. If you want to see, worst fight ever. Yeah, the fight that never happened. Thank you for that, Sam Whiskey. Much appreciated. I'll get into that a little bit more. I can get into a little bit more detail. The reason why I threw on the interview from Lex Friedman and Melina and I guess and Destiny, Steve. I guess since we're all on a first name basis now, so I guess I can call you Steve, right? That was from about 8 months ago. I want to say, so that would have been like right around the beginning of the year, like January. So long before all this bullshit, came down. And if you want to know anything about the Britney Venti shit, the Lauren Southern stuff, you can go and look. I did this back on, I think it was on Wednesday. Did a full thing, and I also did a show, really good show, I think, with Thor, Red Pill Thor, and Troy Francis and myself. And at the end, Tiffany Fox decided to pay us a visit too, so you can go and check that out if you'd like to. And I'll get into that a little bit. I think that's kind of part and parcel of what's going on right now. It's a let's just say it's a template. It's a methodology, I think. And I was digging into some I want to say some old school stuff, but I was digging into some old school tactics kind of stuff. Like I've read let's see, what was it? Robert Greene's 33 what art, it's like the art of war, 33 laws of war, 33 strategies for war. And then I was kind of flitting through that book, and then there's a mention of Rules for Radicals by Saul Alinsky. And I've heard Hotep Jesus mention on a few occasions Saul Alinsky. And I think he was talking to Tim Pool about it. And he got into some of the details. And I read Rules for Radicals a long time ago, like long before I was even doing any of this stuff. And I think people kind of just sort of dismissed it because it was 1971 when it came out, and it was meant to be for like sort of like late 60s, early 70s, Black Panthers, the militant movements of the late 60s for all, during the civil rights movement, all that kind of stuff. And Saul Alinsky wrote this book. I want to say it was published in 1971. He ended up dying from a heart attack in 1972. And I think people kind of blew it off because it wasn't really, I want to say relevant, or I think it was like it was before its time. But in the internet age, I think the rules for radicals list, which I'll go over here in a little bit, I think it's pretty relevant today, or it's become more relevant as a result of, say, our social media, because now we can disseminate propaganda, and now we can crush people and involve ourselves in the politics of personal destruction. We made it easy. We made it too easy. Back in 1971, it was more difficult because you had to sort of like agitate your base and get them to do what you wanted them to. Now people will do it willingly because they're part of this sort of globalized internet culture. So I'm going to dig into that just a little bit. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Trust me. I'm talking to Dr. Redpill, Dr. O's from Turkey right now. So trust me, it is in the works. So just to let you know. Yeah, I mean, I can throw this out there if you want to check it out. I've got rules for radicals, by the way. Again, it's old material, but I think it's somewhat relevant. And maybe I'll just throw this up here real quickly because I have the rules right here. Okay, these are the rules for radicals. I pulled this from the wiki page. These are kind of like this is let's say the condensed version of all this. These are all chapters and stuff, so you can go through it. If there is precedent. If there's a precedent, there's your vocabulary word today. If there's a precedent for 12 rules for life, maybe this should have been it, right? Okay, these are the rules. Now, these are meant to affect like social change during the time of the 60s and the 70s, right? So, but I think they're still relevant today. And you'll see this tactic employed by a lot of people, okay? And not just, stupid internet, forums and brigading and all that good shit. It's you can put this in the terms of politics now, but you can see the progression here. So first one is that power is not what you have, but what the enemy thinks you have. Okay, that's I think that's pretty much part like straight out of Art of War. Certainly 33 Strategies of War. That's easy. I think that pretty much is self-explanatory too. Never go outside the expertise of your people. And the reason for that is because you can only expect so much base knowledge, let's just say, from the people who are like part of your movement or part of your tribe or whatever else. Okay. Number 3, whenever possible, go outside of the expertise of the enemy. Okay. Meaning if you can dig up something outside of what it is that they know. And by the way, the red pill is intersexual dynamics is so broad. As I've said in the past, it's so broad that let's see if I can get there real quick. Oh, okay. It's such a broad topic that there's no real elevator pitch for it. So getting, like if you're an expert in, let's say, anthropology, or you're an expert in like evolutionary biology or something that's sort of like ancillary, or it's like adjacent to quote unquote red pill awareness, it's not hard to go outside of that experience, particularly when your enemy doesn't know what they're talking about in the first place and has decided that they're going to use the red pill as their own personal brand. All right, number 4, make the enemy live up to its own book of rules. Okay, so if there's some sort of book of ethics, this is easy, when it comes to conservative politics, when it comes to religion, if you make the enemy live by their own set of rules where you are ignoring those rules and pointing those things out, or trying to imagine the worst of your enemies, or trying to attack them under false pretenses, it's much easier to respond to them if they have to live by a certain code of ethics, or their grift, or their brand is dependent on a particular rule set. Now, 5, this is, I think, where we're at right here. Ridicule is man's most potent weapon. There's no defense. It is almost impossible to counterattack ridicule. Also, it infuriates the opposition, who then react to your advantage. And I think this is probably where we're at right now, I think, in the manosphere and the red pill in terms of where the attacks are coming from. And then 6, a good tactic is one your people enjoy, which, of course, is ridicule. So if you can get into something where people really can feel good about attacking something that they think is like sort of this visible, easily identifiable enemy, anything that makes people feel something about belonging and participating in this is always going to be a good fit, let's just say. 7, a tactic that drags on too long becomes a drag. So knowing when to quit what you're doing, knowing when to stop, this is straight out of 48 Laws of Power, is always an advantage, because what happens is if it looks as if you are pounding on somebody long enough, then it looks bad on you. You look obsessed. I get this quite a bit, I should say, because I think a lot of people think that I have it in for Jordan Peterson or Michaela Peterson. So if there's a fault in my using them as examples for greater topics, for bigger scaled topics, the problem is that people think that if you go back to the same well all the time, that there must be something wrong with you. This must be your personal catharsis. Who hurt you? Tell us about your background. Have you ever fell in love? That kind of stuff. And that's really so harping on it too long makes it seem like you have sort of an obsession with that person. Let's see. Keep the pressure on. That kind of goes back to also the ridicule side of things. 9, the threat is usually more terrifying than the thing itself. 10, the major premise for tactics is the development of operations that will maintain a constant pressure upon the opposition. See tactic number 8. So that's really, it's built, everything that is built around sort of a scam, around a hoax, around a, anything that's sort of brigading, that kind of stuff. If you can mobilize your base, the premise for those attacks is always about maintaining that constant pressure. 11, if you push a negative hard and deep enough, it will break through into its counter side. This is based on the principle that every positive has its negative. Again, going back to the dragging it on too long. You don't want to drag it on so long that it looks bad on you. Next, the price of a successful attack is a constructive alternative. And I thought this was kind of insightful because remember, this is being written at the time of like civil rights movements. This is how can we motivate our base? How can we radicalize our base? How can we lift them up? How can we attack the establishment? And I think what's interesting is I think a lot of people think that I think it's a conservative talking point. I'm not really sure, but the idea is like, what do you do the day after the rebellion succeeds? Do you have a plan for that? Anarchy. Okay, what do you do once you have achieved that state? How do you reorganize society? And 9 times out of 10, people get so wrapped up in the radicalization of what they've been doing and get so caught up in the thrill of the mob and the thrill of the hunt and the thrill of the keeping the pressure on, that once that is over, they don't know what to do. They don't have a constructive alternative afterwards. So planning all the way through, I guess, would be one of the 48 laws of power as well. And then pick the target, freeze it, personalize it, and polarize it. And again, every single one of these articles or these rules for radicals you can see exemplified, and not just in online communities that come after me, but like go after other people as well, go after other content creators as well. And this forms a pattern. So right now, as I said before, I think we're probably in the ridicule stage right there. So ridicule is a man's most potent weapon. I think you guys can see that. And keeping the pressure on. And again, it's enjoyable. As I said, remember, it's the, what is it? A good tactic is one that your people enjoy. So if it gives them a certain amount of joy to send you a death threat, or if it gives people a certain amount of joy to, just shit post on Twitter or shit post in the chat, which I'm sure we're probably going to get a bunch of very soon, right? We get spammed. And you got to remember, there's a type of personality that really gets off on that. And they don't have much control over their own life, but they really enjoy participating in what they think is activism, right? They think that, and right now, that's really what the push against the red pill is. Because for so long, people have been having these, for the last like 18 months, 2 years, people have really made their personal brands based on something like, at least in my case, 20 years of having gone through all this, building from the old PUA days up through what we call the red pill now, what we call the manosphere right now. You got to remember that the manosphere is not something like those communities came up with. It was something that feminists came up with. The title manosphere was actually feminists trying to throw shade at this male self, what we would call the male self-improvement sphere. And that covered a lot. And so the manosphere got that name not as a result of guys calling it that, but as a result of feminists calling that. And you can trace that back all the way to like 2012, I think. So, and I don't think very many people are going to be able to remember that, much less care to remember that. But especially when it's something that is, if you can throw shade at somebody, if you can throw hate at somebody, and it makes other people feel good about themselves for having sort of agreed and when your ego and your esteem and your brand is based on the fact that you've got more subs, more followers, more likes, whatever else it is, then if that's the summation of your life. I mean, you got to remember that that's what you're really kind of dealing with. So let's see, should I go back and grab those? Maybe I will. I doubt female comedians can do a skit like that today. Yeah, they'll be canceled for internalized misogyny. There you go.
Misogyny.
You got it. Yeah, which is funny because when I first put that out there, it was sort of this really funny way to reinforce the epiphany phase. And here we had two female comedians writing a song about the epiphany phase, exactly the ages too that I nailed, like 29 to 31. Maybe it's a little earlier now. I mean, you could sort of make the case that it's 28, like in the case of like say Tommy Lahren or something like that. But yeah, that's really that's the epiphany phase in one quick 3-minute song. And I thought it was funny because I posted that on Twitter, and it reminded me of like the show that we did on Thursday for Access Vegas. And I thought, we're kind of in a unique position here on Access Vegas because we had Adam Sosnick, who was absolutely savage on that show and was made for a really good show. Yes, there was a lot of crosstalk. Yes, everybody raised the decibel level on that show. And yes, and there was a lot of back and forth, and people kept saying, "Oh, you need to shut her up, cut their mics." Frank Castle, and that's not what the show's about. But it does need to be a little bit better trafficked, and I do understand that. But it brought to light to me, anyways, that the average age of the girls that we have is much older than, like, say, Fresh and Fit. And I would probably argue much older than like the women that Brian has on whatever podcast. And so we'll have women who are like on one side of that song, and then we'll have women on the other side of that song. And there was one exchange, I think it was between was it Jen and CJ Sparks. And CJ's like, "I want to be a mom. I've always wanted to be a mom," or it's just sort of become more imperative to her as she's, approaching 38 years old. And of course, what happens? Everybody says, "Oh, she's past the wall. She should have thought about that when she was 23. She should have, settled down and learned to bake. She should have," it's like woulda, coulda, shoulda. Your life that could have been. Trust me. 90% of the guys posting shit like that don't make even like remotely the kind of money that CJ Sparks makes, and have not lived the kind of life that she has. However, she wants to be a mom. I have to, quite honestly, I think she'd be a great mom, but I have to also point out the reality of the situation is that she's, the clock's ticking, man. So I kind of have to sort of take it in. I've been on, I've been on this show. I've written a couple of essays about this too, that there's definitely a blue pill for women as well. And that blue pill convinces women that they've got more time than they actually think that they do. It's that fear of missing out versus YOLO. You only live once versus fear, FOMO, YOLO and FOMO. And I think that if you can produce some sort of product or some sort of mindset or some sort of like knowledge product that convinces women that they have more time in the sexual marketplace than they actually do, those are always going to be successful products, because that's, again, it's very enjoyable to believe that you have more time than you actually do. And I think that the closer women get towards, like, say 40, the less those conventions really play or less convincing, let's just say. So yeah, I thought she was good. Well, I have written about the wall on several occasions. I've talked about it on here as well. What do you got here? What do you got for me, Hexagon? Hey, Rolo, can any guy be pilled eventually? Is there a point of no return? Thank you for all you do. I am one of the young men whose lives you have saved. Well, thank you very much for that. Is there that a guy can? What did you say? Hold on, let me see if I get that all. Can any guy be red pilled eventually? Well, first of all, I don't think of red pill as a verb, although I'm sure it's become something of a verb right now, because people want to say, well, if you come over to my way of thinking or you take the red pill, then that's the act of becoming red pilled. And I don't look at the red pill as being sort of something you do as opposed to be something you learn. But can any guy be red pilled eventually? Yeah, for sure. Sooner or later. Hopefully sooner than later. I work with a lot of guys who are like in their, say, mid 40s all the way up to their, well, in the case of Kiyosaki, he's 76 years old. And I think it's better that you have that sort of red pill awareness or that red pill, aha moment, right? Your red pill epiphany, right? Earlier than later, because what happens is the later you get in life and you get zeroed out and you become more red pilled, the less I think hopeful you are about your future. I think that it's like you look back on your life, and I've dealt with several guys who've done this, as they look back on their life and they go, well, now I've got to reconstruct myself, but now I got to do it in this red pill paradigm, and I don't have the sort of creative know-how or the energy or anything else to really put that into motion. And so when you got a guy that is older, I was like, can any guy get red pill? Yeah, usually, unfortunately, it's usually after a point of trauma. It's usually after a point where the guy gets in a really bad breakup, or maybe he's going through a divorce, or maybe it's also a possibility that he's baby trapped too. That could be a possibility. There's a lot of like flashpoint incidents that could happen in a man's life where then he becomes opened, let's just say, to the possibility that things aren't exactly the way he's been taught that they ought to be for most of his life. So that's usually what happens. But yeah, can any guy become red pill? Yeah. And then here's the other guy. The other thing is the opposite is true as well. Can guys resist that all the way till the grave? Sure. Plenty have. I keep saying, it's, unplugging guys from the matrix is dirty work. It's triage. And it's made all the more difficult when I have to go and fight against idiots who seem to think that they know what the red pill is, and then want to turn a buck off of sort of this conversion therapy version of the red pill. Case in point, I was going to run down some of these today. I'm looking at Mr. Adam Lane-Smith's tweet here today, and this is actually what kind of inspired my topic. And I think, maybe I'll just put this on screen because it's easier to do it this way. Where'd it go? Adam Lane-Smith, otherwise known as Prometheus. Apparently, he's got some new grift working for him here because you'll see why here in just a moment. Let's see. Okay, there we go. Adam Lane-Smith also has been on Chris Williamson's podcast several times. And of course, if you are you know what I should do? I should actually go anti-red pill. Maybe I should do that. I think I would probably be able to make a whole lot more money if I did that. Like throw everybody under the bus, right? Yeah. Not that it would be believable. Okay, so here's Adam Lane-Smith. This sort of took off a little bit this week, so I'm going to dig through this, and I'm going to take each one of these one by one, because this list that he creates here is really kind of representative, I think, of all of the misconceptions that people want to sort of use as sort of like propaganda against the red pill. And 90% of these come from a position of confident ignorance once again. So whenever I hear those red pill guys, whenever I hear they believe this, always listen for that word believe. Or whenever somebody says those red pill guys preach this, whenever they say preach, that is a believer's mindset versus an empiricist's mindset. So because it has to be an ideology for them to fight against it, and also to create a successful business to sort of convert you back from the red pill to reinsert you back into the matrix, which I think is kind of ironic, but I'll continue here. Now, this is Adam Lane-Smith, the Prometheus. He says, if the red pill community is so correct, why so miserable? Oh, I'll answer that. Men are flooding. Literally floods of men are flooding into my coaching after years of unhappiness and now trying to overcome the red pill lies. Okay. Here are some of the harsh truths about the red pill teachings that don't work. Teachings. Okay, teachings. Keep that word in mind. And leads so many men to misery. Okay. So at the very least, I got to give him credit for at least coming up with a list of what he thinks are the problem spots of all of this. And of course, everybody's going to, throw their 2 cents in, throw their hat in the ring here. So I'm going to go down through these one by one. But before I do, I got to point out again, red pill teachings. I call this a pod class, but this is not a teaching in the sense that it's like a sermon. I'm not sermonizing to you. In fact, I have more respect for my audience than to sermonize or proselytize or to pretend that this is some kind of fucking movement or it's some kind of social, impetus for change. No, that's not what it's about, man. It never has been about that. You probably know that, or maybe you don't know that, but you're too ignorant. And I don't mean this in like you're stupid. I mean ignorant in the sense that you're ignorant of the history of how the red, quote unquote, red pill came to be. Okay. So I'm going to go through these one by one, but I think the premise here is already faulty because it presumes that this is an ideology. It presumes that this is a belief set. It's not. Sometimes the truth fucking sucks, man. And sometimes people don't know how to sort of process that truth. As I said before, when you present information to people, if you don't tell them how to feel about it, they will insert their own feelings into how you think that they ought to feel about it. And so when you were talking about nihilism, we're talking about misery, we're talking about depression or whatever the hell else, he wants to say that this is what it's really all about. I'm not saying that there isn't a phase through which guys go where they have to kind of go through that nihilism. It's what I call the abyss. We've accommodated for that for ages, man. But you're just coming to this now. So let me enumerate these. Lie number 1 here. Okay. All women are just waiting for a better man to come along and are incapable of loyalty. Wow. That's a straw man I haven't heard before. If you're taught that every potential romantic partner is a sociopath, no wonder you're miserable. It's a bald lie. I think you meant bald-faced lie. Bold-faced lie, but many men get burned once they believe this all too easily. Okay, well, let's start off with that one because I think that was, let's see if I can bring myself up here. Let's start off with that one first. Okay, so again, if you had any prior knowledge of the red pill, if you actually did any reading or dug into it any deeper than you would need to come up with this is a lie and this is a lie too. If you ever dug under the 20 plus years of how we come to the conclusions that we do, it's not that's you're complaining. You're saying this is a lie based on a prescription that other people have prescribed for themselves. That's not what the red pill is about. The red pill is not about nihilism. The red pill is not even really about hope either. It's just about information. What you do with that information is up to you. Yes, a lot of people lack the creative, understanding or the ability to deal with that discontent creatively. I understand that. It's really tough too, especially when you, it's a shock to the system, right? When you realize that all of the flouncy, flowery bullshit you believed for a long time is not working for you and probably won't work for you. I'm not saying there's some nefarious plot to, undermine masculinity, which maybe there is, maybe there's not, but that's irrelevant to what the red pill's been about. It's just simply, broadcasting, let's just say, empirical or things to think about, even just asking the right question. Even if it wasn't just information, just the questions that those red pill guys ask is uncomfortable. It's unflattering. It gives people pause for thought in the midst of all this, ADHD freaking too long didn't read generation. They don't want to think about it. They don't have to actually contemplate anything. But when they do, yeah, that's a tough pill to swallow for sure. But when we're looking at this, it's all women are just waiting for a better man to come along and are incapable of loyalty. So here's where that goes. And as I've said before, when I am dealing with representatives of the red pill, for better or worse, who want to say, well, all women are just going to want to cheat on you and go for the bigger and the better deal. What you don't remember is that I've written several articles about how, and I've said on this, I've done full shows on this show about hypergamy is not a straitjacket. There's a lot of variables involved. Can a woman be loyal to you? Absolutely, she can. I've said this over and over and over again. But of course, those red pill guys, those red pill dudes, those red pill pastors, those red pill, ministers of destruction out there preaching and proselytizing their beliefs of the red pill are false and these are lies and heresy. No, we're not. In fact, every single one of these articles that he gets into, I could probably go back. I can definitely go back and dig up an article or a discussion thread or something we've discussed 20 years ago, man. So here's the thing: is I know where this is coming from. So let me see if I can clarify things for Adam Lane Smith here. The idea that hypergamy is that women marry up or men or women fuck up too. Like, you got to remember, it's alpha fucks beta bucks. The idea that if a woman has got her security on lock, she's going to want to get with the guy who is like the hot guy in the foam cannon party, right? We talked about that just on Thursday, as a matter of fact, on Access Vegas. And you see it over and over and over again. You see examples of this. It's not even the red pill guys that are doing this. You can go on TikTok and see an example of this stuff. Hell, the comedian that was that I put in the I don't even know her name, the Asian comedian was talking about how women like sort of upgrade the guide for the next woman, and we get a quick laugh out of it. That's exactly what we're talking about. Looking for the bigger and the better deal, right? And so I think what happens is you'll get a lot of people who we want to call incels, or people who are just sort of immature in their understanding of how the red pill works, and then they'll prescribe shit for them. Remember how I said you can't just give somebody information without telling them how to feel about it? That's not just for critics. That's also for people who align with the red pill as well. Because what will happen is, for guys who lack the understanding of how to sort of apply red pill knowledge, equipment, whatever, observational analysis, whatever you want, praxeology, when they don't know how to apply that, they'll figure things out for themselves. And one of those things might be one of these nihilistic kind of pushback things where they go binary, right? Well, all women are bitches and hoes because look, Rollo said that women can't love you. No, I actually didn't say that. And if you go back and you read that, was Iron Will of Tomasi number 6, right? If you go back and you look at that, you can see that I'm not excluding love from any of this, but that's when that's where they're at, and they get into this information, or they start becoming red pill aware. That might be their only recourse, or they to grind their teeth and be pissed off and be nihilistic and maybe be depressed too. I understand that. That's actually that's one of the 5 stages of unplugging. And some guys don't really get out of that anger phase, and that's really what he's pointing at here. No one in the red pill worth their salt is saying anything like this. Okay. All women just want a better and bigger and better man to come along and are incapable of loyalty. No, would you like me to read you the hypergamy, the misconceptions? Hell, it's in my 5th book, for fuck's sake. Talked about this quite often, but I understand it sells. It gets you Elon bucks now. I guess you can get paid for advertising dollars on X, on Twitter X now. And I'm sure anything that's sort of a hot take like this, that's going to get a lot of engagement, not only from the people who get behind Adam Lane Smith, but also the guys who are going to push back against it. But it's fundamentally based on ignorance. No, that's not what the red pill talks about. The red pill does talk about the fact how women want to get with the bigger and better deal, for sure, but that doesn't preclude loyalty. I talk all the time about how you should vet for a woman who has genuine desire for you. The ride or die girl. They exist. Trust me. I've been married for 27 years. I've been with a woman I've been with her for almost 29. So yeah, does it exist? Did it exist in your grandfather's day? Did it exist in your great grandfather? Sure, absolutely, it did. Sure, but the thing is it's not so much a prophets of doom and gloom. It's the fact that, just watch out for this. Like, be aware of this. Don't, shoot yourself in the foot, of course, because as women age, they are less able to capitalize on that sexual agency. How does that affect hypergamy? A woman might be, 50 pounds overweight. How is she going to be able to affect that to the same degree as someone who is like, competing in Fitness America pageants? There's so many variables. Like, that's why I can't. And by the way, I ruined everybody's perception of that when I wrote that article. when I wrote the hypergamy is not a straitjacket article, because there's a lot of black pill doomers at the time who says, no, this is how they always are. All women are like this. No, women change over time. Men change over time too. And how they're able to affect their sexual strategies according to their sort of phase of maturity. That's the premise of the second book, for fuck's sake. That was like back in 2015. So to say that we don't accommodate for that is just absolute ignorance on his part. Let's go here. Lie 2. She had a sex life prior to you and is proud of it and wants to go wild. She's settling for monogamy with you. All right. A deep misunderstanding about how the female sex drive works and what women actually want. Well, we've done a lot of research on that, Adam. They're just like men, so they love it. They loved it is a huge barrier for men. This is another premise that originates from ignorance. We absolutely don't say that. One of the most talked about, one of the most discussed topics on my show, on Access Vegas, on Fresh and Hell. I've done dedicated shows about body count with Myron, with just me and Myron and Fresh. No girls hanging around. We have hashed this out. You didn't go and look at those, did you? Just don't have the, intellectual lethargy or whatever you have. You just don't have the interest to do that because it doesn't serve the narrative that you're trying to pitch and saying, oh, these red pill guys are full of shit. Come to my program. We'll deprogram you. It's conversion therapy for those red pill guys. That's basically what it is. Come over here and we'll help you build a better life. We'll give you this blue pill and plug you back into the matrix, and we'll make you, it's like Cypher, we'll put you back into the mix again, and you'll feel better about yourself. The problem with that is, like, you don't actually get plugged back into the matrix. Because at some point, you like, once you put the red pill lens on, you don't get to take it off. So, okay, let me go back in time here. Hang on a second. Thank you very much for this, Theo. I got you. Theo, thank you. Just turned 30 years old, a year out of a 7-year relationship. I make around $200,000 US a year, but where I live is making me miserable trying to date. I had a lot of success dating, working remotely from South America. Is this short-sighted to move for this reason? Why not? Do you want to? Why would it be short-sighted? You got to fish where the fish are. I mean, what are your priorities? I think it's funny is, I'm going to steal another line from Aaron Clary here, because he usually asks this when we're on the Fresh and Fit, or he's on our show. He comes out with the idea of, like, hey, ladies, how important is marriage to you? And they'll say, oh, it's very important, blah, blah, blah. Or they'll be like, where does it rank on your list of priorities right now? And most of them will say, oh, it's like the fourth one down. Because for the most part, they're like having a good time. Like, especially the younger the girl is, the lower the priority comes down. And the older the woman gets, the more she gets towards, like, 33, like 31, right? The closer she gets towards her, like, early to mid 30s, that's when it moves up in the rankings. Marriage moves up in the rankings. And again, is this some sort of maliciousness on the part of women? No, it's just that's just how it fucking works, because women understand that their sexual market value, their sexual agency, decays over time. Not that a woman can't be hot at 38 years old. Just look at CJ Sparks, right? Hell, even Fresh had CJ Sparks on his show, right? And when you look at the older a woman gets, the more she wants to, like, maybe those maternal instincts start to kick in. It's funny to me, like, when I hear women talk about this, my biological clock is ticking, and I got to find the right guy. Oh, those guys suck, man. How come we can't find the right dude? Ick, right? That ick doesn't quite hit the same way when a woman's 33 years old. It hits for her when she's 26, 27 maybe, but the ick doesn't hit at quite the same way, or maybe it's prioritized down. You know, I can live with some level of ick because he looks like he might be a good dude, right? It's that settling. I'm glad you put this in because it kind of goes hand in hand with what we're talking about here for this one. But okay, so when Aaron Clary, when Cappy says, you know, asks for that priority, and no woman blinks an eye. They don't have a problem with that. They say, oh, well, of course, you know, she's got to be on her game. She wants to, she's looking for the best of the best. She's trying to basically, essentially capitalize on her sexual market value in the years where she has her most agency. It's called being prudent. You got to have a lot of suitors and pick from amongst the best one. Nobody gives women grief for doing that, and neither should they. You know, because that's part of hypergamy. They want to get with the best of the best looking at the total package, right? The guy who has, you know, the best of the beta bucks and provisioning, protection, and parental investment, and he's got a big dick and knows how to use it, and he's hot, and you know, he's got 6-pack abs, and he looks good, right? So there's the visceral alpha fuck side of it, and then there's the attractive, you know, beta buck side. He's the guy that I can get along with for the long term, and no one has a problem when women say that their mating strategy is sort of a balance, or at least an attempt to balance those two things in a guy. But when somebody says, hey, I'm thinking about working remotely, or I'm going to go to South America because I've had a lot more success in dating down there, or like people want to give passport bros, you know, a hard time. You got to remember that I think people think that that's like sort of like sexual tourism. Women do that too. I've actually written articles on female sex tourism in the past. I don't think a lot of people are really aware of that. I should probably do a dedicated show to that. But when somebody like you know, Theo here, you know, had a lot more success working remotely from South America, is this short-sighted to move for this reason? I don't think so. Hell, what part of South America? Maybe we should ask this. What part of South America? Panama? Go, dude. I love Panama. Go for it. Where in South America are we talking? Colombia? You might be a little more careful out there. But I think there's this sort of unspoken kind of, I don't say fear, because I think a lot of passport bros like are sort of like, they're cut from the same cloth as like MGTOW black pill doomers guys, and like, hey, we can go out and do this. We're going to stick it to the girls here in America. Well, you by what? By like rearranging your life and going living in Southeast Asia? Well, do it. Go do it. Don't talk about it. If that's where you're at, what I have a problem with, I'm passport bros. I mean, vaya con Dios, man, go do your shit. But it's when it's the vocalization of it. It's like, it's this, we got ours. We're leaving. Bye. You know, we're taking our ball and going home. You know, like women don't give two shits about that. They're probably glad you're over there. But, you know, they'll try to mischaracterize it and say that you're just going over there for sexual tourism. Women do that too. Actually, women actually involve themselves in sexual tourism, except they go to different countries. They go to let's say, I don't want to name countries, but like Senegal, I guess. They go to African countries, like Eastern African countries, or they'll go to the Mediterranean, the Caribbean, some places out there. You know what I'm talking about. You know why I'm talking about it. There's countless articles been written really since like 2012 about female sexual tourism. So nobody ever throws that one out there. Like, if you have a problem with passport bros, then you ought to have a problem with MILF Island. You ought to have a problem with freaking is it MILF Island? No, it's whatever the hell is. Maybe it's MILF Island. I don't forget that. I forget the name of this. That's not the title of it, but you know what I'm talking about. If you have a problem with that, you should have a problem. Like, ladies, it's all about equality, right? You should have a problem with MILF Island just as much as you have a problem with passport bros, if that's what you think. So, but you know, that's a conversation that never gets had. But I was going to say is that the reason why you feel weird, Theo, is because I think there's a stigma attached to guys going off to, like, you know, go fish where the fish are. Why wouldn't you? You know, I wouldn't worry too much about it anyways. Where did Theo go? Oh, what do you got, Chris? Funny joke every chick has with her man is, who is her hall pass guy? The guy that she would have to get with if she ever met him. Argue that one. Yeah. Whatever happened to the Ned's cams? Well, Ned's not here right now. He's actually up in Lake Tahoe. I'm in Reno right now because I was feeling kind of under the weather, and I wanted to make sure I didn't have like what Glenn Lawrence had, and I think I'm okay. I think I'm all right, but I just wanted to give it an extra day. I just flew in. I did a quick Instagram video from the Trial of Ascension rehearsal studio, so if you can go check that out. But and then I came over here and I said, you know what? I think I'm just going to stick it out here and do the show here because everything's already set up in the studio. This is the Red One studio for the Northern Command Center of Nevada. We have a new Red One in the Southern Command Center in Las Vegas. Red Pill, as far as I understand it, is solely about agency through awareness. The attacks on it are just trying to grab an audience. They are, because it's the new hotness. To shit on the Red Pill is the new hotness. And by the way, I've totally accepted this reality, is that this is going to happen as a necessary step for the same people to start getting into the culture war narrative, because you can't align yourself with this let's save the West and fight degeneracy and moral turpitude and virtue signal. You can't align with that while also watching Fresh and Fit, right? Or while also aligning with some of the more, let's just say, unflattering aspects of the Red Pill. And so that's why you see this. And it happened on a smaller scale, I think, during August of 2021. All these people who wanted to be on board with Myron and Fresh, then suddenly Abba and Preach go at him. And this was kind of like a learning lesson, I think, for a larger thing that we're seeing right now, which is that the people who were on board with the Red Pill, now those people now, because they like the association and they like the clout, right? They like the clicks, they like the engagement that they got from this. Now it's an albatross around their neck. Now it is they got to cut loose some people, because if they don't, they won't be able to successfully pivot into a more like conservative politics narrative that they think is going to help their brand in the next 18 months, because we're going through an election cycle. So, but the good news is this: you waited out until 2025, right? I would say probably spring of 2025. That's when you're going to see all these people, like, they won't know what to do with themselves, because all the hubbub is over. All the clicks that they got from, Save the West and virtue signaling, and, whether or not their candidate won or he did, that's all that's going to be over, and they're going to have to try to figure something else out. And you know what? I'm taking names right now. I'm going to say, you don't get to come back. The manosphere treehouse is closed to you, motherfucker. What do you got here? What percentage of people like this who talk about the Red Pill actually understand what it truly is? A percentage, I would say 0%, 1%, 2%. And that's what I always try to point that out. Okay, so what did you say, Andy Mus? So it's about agency through awareness. Okay, yes and no. That's sort of a want to redefine the Red Pill. Now, here's the thing. I probably should have led with this. The thing about the Red Pill the Red Pill in like an election cycle, or the build up to an election cycle, that's when people want to appropriate it as their own personal brand, right? That's when they want to take it and use it for whatever. It's a little different on this go round, but that's usually when people want to say, well, the Red Pill is just about truth. It's just about cutting yourself away from all the fallacies and lies that you used to believe, and now this is true. And they force fit, or they smuggle in their political ideology or their religious ideology or their blue pill ideologies, whatever, their world perspectives, and they try to say that's really the Red Pill. And it's not that much different from guys, and you'll see the same conversation now. It's not that different from guys who want to say that alpha is this, a high value man is this. How come Rollo can't talk? Hey, how come he can't give us a definition of a high value man? The reason why is because it's my definition of it is so fucking ambiguous, and it doesn't give anybody something to feel. So, as I said before, as I said on Fresh and Fit in front of Sneeko and fucking Destiny, a high value man is the guy that other men want to be and other women want to fuck. That's, in a nutshell, that's what it comes down to. How you contextualize that depends on where the fuck you live. the guy who lives in the fishing village on the coast of Chile, who is the top G in that village, is not necessarily the top G in Brickell or Miami, Florida. But he's the top G where he's at because everybody wants to be him and all the women want to fuck him. Does he have a Lamborghini? No, but he's got the best fucking pickup truck in the fishing village. See what I'm saying? That's what I meant by that. But it's the idea that if anything that does not align with my personal beliefs, my personal ideologies, my religion, my political affiliations, whatever, that's not alpha. It's the same thing with red pill. So what will happen right now, and it's already happening right now, is people will want to say red pill is X. Red pill is republicanism. Red pill is conservatism. It's libertarianism. It's Orthodox Catholicism. It's whatever the fuck Nick Fuentes is. It's whatever the fuck, Destiny is. It's what, like, they will force fit that. The real red pill is this. That now is when you're going to see the ambiguousness and the utility, I should say, of that term sort of come into its own as people sort of turn away from quote unquote manosphere stuff or turn away from like intersexual dynamics, because talking about intersexual dynamics is polarizing in an era or in a time where people want to get votes or they want people to, be on board. They want to recruit. You can't recruit. I remember, was it Chris Williamson, right? Back in, I think when he got past like 300,000 subs or 500,000 subs, he always does a Q&A show, a live stream. And I think it was the 500,000. And I think it was Pat Stedman's Polish passport. Thank you for this. He was one of my regulars in the chat. He said something like, hey, when are you going to have Rolo on? He talks about this in X, Y, and Z. And Chris, Chris actually brought up my name, finally brought up my name during that time. He's like, I would really like to have Rolo on, but he's kind of like, he seems kind of gleeful about his, about his observations. And of course, in the meantime, since then, all the guy does is basically bring up the same data sets that I do. But during that live stream, he said, I wouldn't want to alienate half of my audience, meaning the female half of his audience. So he was more concerned really about the viability of his developing brand than he really was about objective truth. His commitment is to brand, not to objective truth. And as I've said before, how come Rolo doesn't have 1 million subs? Because I have an obligation to objective truth. And a lot of times that ends up being, it doesn't taste good at the end. Even Michaela Peterson was saying, it was an interesting conversation with Rolo, but I just didn't get any good feels afterwards. Like it was supposed to have a happy ending or something. Like, you're not, if you're looking for a happy ending with me, don't even bother. Don't come to me. Don't talk to me. Don't even ask me for the interview. If you think there's going to be a happy ending at the end of it, probably not. Because I'm not going to tell you how to feel. I'm just going to tell you what is. Here's the data. Here's what we're seeing. You guys, I report, you decide. I just work here. My daughter oldest just turned 14, and while she's still sweet, it's crazy watching her solipsism grow by the day. We humans really are animals. There's no outrunning biology. Okay, the solipsism part, by the way, that's a feature and not a bug. How that is managed and how you like mold that as a parent is really imperative, especially today, is really imperative. I talked about, again, those red pill guys don't talk about parenting. No, fuck you. I talked about that in Positive Masculinity, published in 2017, right? But, and this is not a Dumbledore, but if you want a little help with that, you go pick up that book. I would say like the first 2/3 of that book is dedicated to red pill parenting. Something that those red pill guys never talk about. No, we talk about it. What do you got here? Rolo, Allah Akbar. Oh, wait. There you go. Hallelujah. Hallelujah, brother. You're going to have 88 virgins and your wife in the afterlife. Keep it coming, brother. This would be worldwide. You know what's funny is I happen to know, as a result of writing my 4th book, that there is no passage in the Quran that says you're going to have 72 virgins in the afterlife. Okay. Just get that. If you, by the way, you can go read that section in my 4th book, Religion. But I'll be happy to have, how about 8 wives in this life? 8 sister wives. CJ Sparks. Let's see. What do you got here? I doubt female comedian. Okay, I gotta wait. to the end there. Now, what did you say? Thank you for your work from the fishing village in Chile. You are welcome. God, I wish I had a sound drop for that. All right. Let's see. Funny joke. Oh, hall pass guy. Okay, I got to you already. Hold on, let me go all the way back down here. Gotta get to the bottom. There we go. All right. Okay, what do you got? Facts. Your books have made me a much better father to 3 girls fighting the defathering of the West. Yeah, well, thank you for that. Positive Masculinity is the parenting book, by the way. But apparently, Adam Lane Smith will tell you that I'm making you depressed and nihilistic and despondent. So, well, those red pill guys are those unmentionable, unnameable guys that nobody ever wants to say, oh, it's this dude and this dude and this dude. Let's go. Lie number 3. Her sex life will oh, wait, no, I had to go back. Lie number 2. She had a sex life prior to you and is proud of it and wants to go wild. She's settling for monogamy with you. Well, that's more or less the life plan, right? Have fun. And would you like me to? Here's why. Here's one of those red pill guys. Oops, wait a minute. Here's one of those red pill guys who seems to think that that you should actually follow that life plan. Here's a red pill guy. Oh, sorry, red pill gal. When looking for a life partner, my advice to women is to date all of them. The bad boys, the cool boys, the commitment phobic boys, the crazy boys, but do not marry them. The things that make the bad boys sexy do not make them good husbands. When it comes time to settle down, find someone who wants an equal partner, someone who thinks women should be smart, opinionated, and ambitious. Okay, I'm sure Adam Lane Smith would love this. This sounds like a great plan. Someone who values fairness and expects, or even better, wants to do his share in the home. These men exist. You just don't want to fuck them now. Trust me, over time, nothing's sexier. Yeah. Over time, you mean like the time it takes for you to like sort of go through 29 to 31? Nothing sexier. Those guys are fantastic. God, what a catch. There, her name. Oh, Sheryl Sandberg, that red pill gal, man. Have you caught her podcast? Boy, she's really tearing up a red pill trail there. Go for it. Hey, don't look at me. Maybe that was on your list of red pill people. See, when I point shit out like that, nobody wants. No, there's never going to be a response to that. There's never going to be a retort to that. They're just going, hey, why don't we get together and talk about this? No. I wouldn't want to alienate half of my fucking audience. Yeah. Because that's not what it's about. It's not absolutely. Is body count a thing? Yes, of course it is. Does that like automatically, if I don't have a virgin bride and she's not waiting for me at the altar with a veil over her head, then that's a low quality woman. Nobody does that. And that, by the way, that's like so over the top. I think what happens is a lot of these guys who want to mischaracterize and like sort of straw man the red pill, they will go and take the most extreme incel opinion that they can possibly like and then take that and then like actually take it to the nth degree and say, this is what those red pill guys are really all about. Come to my side of the fence here. I'll deprogram you. And it's like a cult intervention, right? We got to remove him from the cult of the red pill. We have to have some sort of decompression chamber, or we need to have an intervention and go grab him and steal him and put a black hood over his head and throw him in the van and take him out of the cult and put him back with convert him back to normality. Dude, again, the whole thing about having a sex, of course she does. And I if anything, I've tried to say, hey, look, whether or not that woman has like 6 partners or 10 partners or whatever, it's not a numbers game. It's like alpha impact game. Talked about this so many times. I get blue in the face for having done it, but this is not how they want you to think it. This, by the way, is what is this whole thread, I guess, all these lies and people love lists. They absolutely love lists. It's like, oh, we can go point by point by point, right? Adam Lane Smith simply doesn't know what the red pill is about. This is a deep misunderstanding of the female sex drive works. No, me and Mike talk about it all the time, about how women have a higher reproductive cost and how that affects their sexual strategies. We talk about that all the time. I hope I'm not stepping on Mike's toes here by saying like he's at least red pill adjacent, right? But he's definitely red pill. He just doesn't want to. Well, maybe he does. I guess he'd be red pill. But we talk about that all the time. Oh, they never have these conversations. They never point out this. No, we do. You just don't know it. Lie number 3, her sex life will drop off if you don't manage her through fear and pressure. I think you mean dread. To make her compete for your sexual attention. This works on insecure women. Okay, now we're qualifying. Not low quality, insecure women who are codependent and are just looking for any scrap of your emotional availability as this morsel from heaven. For the first year, but that only lasts for the first year, even with insecure women, right? But it's not love, it's it's manipulative, which brings us to the next one, which I'll get to here in a second. So I think I could actually statistically show you that sex does actually fall off after marriage. I think it's a general survey study. Where do I have this? I actually had this loaded today too. I thought I did. Oh, that's it. I actually threw this on here because I wanted to, I threw on the part where Lana was talking to Mike about how, let me just throw this on here real quick. It's easier just to throw it back on. Where's that video file? I put this on by design because I knew that this was going to come up in the topics here. Is it? No, not that one. This is it. Okay. With apologies to Mike, but here.
You're always going to have more sex being in a relationship. This is something I've learned. Unless you're Dan Bilzerian, you're always going to have more sex being in a relationship than trying to go hunt for different women every week.
Oh, that in a man's standpoint.
Correct.
Okay.
Because
so I'm like, for women, I'm like, no, I have a lot more sex when I'm single.
Lana, whose name spelled backwards is, well, you can figure that out. Lana, who is telling us from a female, she must be one of those red pill guys that we're talking. She must be red pill because here she is talking pretty much laying it bare.
Right. That's sad.
I do. Obviously, I have sex when I'm in a relationship, and I have and I f a lot.
Yeah.
But it's still one of those like I just want to cuddle sometimes. So when I'm single, I go to your house with purpose.
Yeah.
No, say that when
she goes to your house with purpose. One of those red pill girls. I don't know. Maybe I should ask her that if she wants me to come on her show. I think I might go. I might go on her show. If she wears this, I might do. I need no. You know what? I'm gonna tell Lana. Here's Lana. If you're watching this, here's our agreement. If I go on your show, you have to wear one of those like Amish, like ladies, like frilly things with a bib and stuff like that, and put your head back in a doily or some shit. Then I'll come on your show. Yes, then we can have an honest conversation. You tie your hair back, no makeup. No, you got to be in that. You got to look like some Amish girl from the Dutch country in Pennsylvania. You can't be red pill if you're not, right? Oh God. But I threw that in there because I knew this question or this part was going to be coming up here. And now I got to put it back up. God damn it. Hang on. Smith. There you are. Sex life drops off. It does drop off, and I hate to break it to Mike, but it's actually proven that. Did I put it in here? I have the stats for this. I just got this off the GSS studies too. Actually, single people have more sex than married people overall on aggregate, and it's not that much. But let me see if I can go grab those because I'm making a bold statement here, so I have to kind of back it up. I think. Oh damn it! I know it's in my data sets here. Where do I go with that? Let's see. Oh, it was on marriage? Let's see. Oh, I know where it is. Hang on. Decline in sexual frequency. There we go. Okay. This was from, let's see. Just throw this on here. Presentation. Stop that screen. Hold on one sec. I got it. I'm just going to give you the article so people don't think I just pulled this out of my ass somewhere. Here we go. Okay. This is from Sexual Alpha. In this article, we dive deep into the sex and marriage statistics, frequency, satisfaction levels, and how they compare to never married couples. Okay, Grant, 2023. This is from I want to say it's the GSS study, that the most recent one. How important is sex to marriage? But that's not what I was looking for. Where'd it go? Oh, age. So the age, youth, same study concluded. And then, here we go. Okay. This was really good. The same study gave a very detailed breakdown of sexual activity by marital status. Sexual activity amongst Americans of eligible age, arranged in decreasing order of average annual sexual frequency, was as follows. Okay. Sexual activity amongst Americans of eligible age. Okay. Never married, 60.81 times per year. Okay. Never married. That is single. That is not divorced. That is single. You were never married. So 60. Now you've got married Americans report having sex, 55.96. So not quite, not certainly not more, but only slightly less. Okay. Now we've got, divorced Americans that had sex. Okay. Over the last year? Oh, per year. Okay. Never married Americans had sex at an estimated 60.81 times per year. Married Americans reported having sex 55.96. Americans that were divorced, you can see that. And then widowed Americans, poor widows, 10.19 times per year. Study emphasized that married couples have sex less often than never married couples, like the ones discussed earlier. Now they go into the reasons why, but I wanted to point out here, put that out of there, that when I was going up against Ruslan, not knowing we were going to talk about marriage and all this stuff, like one of the things he was saying was like, oh, married couples have more sex than singles. And it seems to stand to reason. And maybe in the past that might have been true, but certainly not from 2008 to 2018. That's the span, by the way, for the GSS. Don't look at the one. I know there's a lot of other people like saying, oh, if you look at the 2020 through 2023 stats, men are having more sex. Yeah, well, that's because there was the C-19 pandemic. Yeah, trust me, it'll probably, like I would say, probably by 2025, it'll probably follow the same course that it had been before. But it's absolutely disingenuous to like want to say, oh, see, there's a change in the trend. No, there's not. You're just doing that because it fits in with it aligns with what you want it to be. But the idea that like men and women, or that never marrieds have singles, never marrieds have less sex than marrieds, is absolutely false. So, but not that much though. So, let your freak flag fly, man. I don't care one way or the other, but I want to clarify that data set first. So, but then of course he's going to say, well, sex declines after marriage, and it does. That's also, by the way, in that same study. And I think that's almost like expected. And I hate that is expected. Like people say like, well, once she has a baby, sex declines after that. And so they will sort of gaslight, guys especially, gaslight themselves into talking about why it is that they, why they're not getting laid as much as they did, or with the intensity or the frequency that they did when they were single. And by the way, like I was thinking it was like 88% of couples that are married had premarital sex. So that reported it anyways. But at the end of the day, the numbers are fairly consistent, or I should say almost equaled out. So when the next guy who says, well, Christian marriage is blah, 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 we have more sex, you have more. Well, yeah, because you weren't having any sex beforehand. So yeah, your frequency goes way up from 0 to having sex. I love it. I love the numbers games. I love the statistics, right? But even I've sent that, by the way, to Mike. Did I send that to you, Mike? I think I did. Yeah. So the idea that that men and women have like more sex when they're married than they do when they're single is false. So At least, but again, false in the sense that it's like they're fairly neck and neck almost. Like you're only talking about a 5% difference. So, but it's not less, and that's the sort of the want to sell marriage on. And by the way, if marriage sells, but who's buying, right? I mean, again, this is the decline in the marriage rate, which I have I have this on tap all the time. If marriage was such a great deal, then how come nobody's just like lining up to do it? I think maybe that's maybe a more pertinent question when it comes to stuff like marriage. It's like, if it's such a great deal, shouldn't it be like self-evident and everybody wants to just jump on board? And then you see stats like this. And this is just from 1990 to 2020. And I have a great marriage. And I think when people talk, give me shit about, how come, aren't you married? Don't you have a kid? Yes, I do. And you know what's bugging you is I have a great marriage and I'm still telling you, watch your step, like be aware. Don't go in with blinders on. If I go and I say that, oh, you must be against it. No, I'm not. I'm just against, people going, I didn't see it coming, Rolo. That's what I'm against. I'm against the way we do it now. I think marriage is a great institution. And I will, again, this is probably the 100th time I've said this. But those red pill guys, they want you to believe something else. So let's see. Go back to my screen sharing. This is a wealth of material. Thank you. I have to thank Adam Lane Smith for just so much material today. But what's funny is like he gets into her sex life will drop off if you don't manage her through fear, pressure, and to make her compete for your sexual attention. Well, that is true. We talk about dread, but it's not like, notice the words, it's almost like neuro-linguistic programming, like NLP. That's through manipulation and fiendishly use fear, pressure to make her compete for your sexual attention. That's not what dread's about, dude. And really, that's what he's sort of alluding to. But I don't know. Maybe he heard some other red pill guy say that you need that's what you need to do. And that's not really what it's about. Dread comes in two flavors. It comes in overt dread, which is kind of what he's saying right here. And it comes in passive dread. And passive dread, or soft dread, as I like to call it, is third-party dread. And the reason why we say, hey, no woman wants to get with the guy that no other woman wants to get. So, women don't want a man to cheat, but they love a man who could cheat. They want a guy to stay sexy. Well, how does she know he's sexy? Because all her girlfriends says, I'll fuck him if you don't. That creates that creates competition anxiety. And really the polarity of a good, healthy relationship depends on both of the parties involved staying hot, staying interested in each other, staying lustful for each other, staying with genuine desire for each other. Does comfort lock into that? Yeah, sure it does. Once you're, past the initial intimacy phase, I'm sure it does. But the problem is that most guys, most average dudes, the fat average dudes that today, they have zero opportunity to have any kind of social proof reinforced for them or any kind of pre-selection reinforced for them. None of his wife's girlfriends want to fuck the fat plumber dude because he's just a fat plumber. That's all they want. The guy. That's it. And I'm not saying plumber's a bad thing. Actually, plumbers get paid a lot. But you get what I'm saying. Like a low status guy, like that. Remember that a man is a reflection, is an association of that woman's ego. He's the type of guy. He's the level of guy I could get. So women want a man. They don't want a man to cheat, but they love a guy who could cheat because that's the guy that's desirable. He at least has some sort of, some smell about him that says other men want to be him and other women want to fuck him. And we're talking like elite level guys in that sense too. But I think mischaracterizing it as like this fiendish manipulative game playing. I've never said that. I've said, watch those instances. Like if the woman is, if you're with your girlfriend and you're at the bar or you're at the grill or you're wherever and another girl kind of flirts with you, lean into it. Don't go and actively flirt with her, but if she flirts with you, lean into it because that shows that there's other women that want to get with you. And you're the one, that woman is the one, your wife is the one who actually gets with you. I do it all the time. I mean, look, I look where I am right now. Look at Access Vegas. I'm surrounded by women with, gorgeous women. I don't care what you say. They're elite level women. Am I fucking any of them? No, I'm not. I have really great relationships with them. I some of them can consider friends. Some of them are just, I'll help them out. I'll definitely promote their page or whatever. Am I no. But I love, that's, you want to talk about third party dread. You want to talk about a healthy relationship? Yeah. A really healthy relationship, and not big because of that, but because of the appreciation of the fact that, I'm a higher value guy. And there is an appreciation factor that goes into that. So, and even for me to I hate even saying that too, because of just me even saying that, it sounds like I'm full of myself. People are going to clip that part. He thinks he's high value. Yes, I do. So here we go. That only works on insecure women. No, that works on every woman. Adam Lane Smith, lie number 4. All women have personality disorders. Yes, the red pill says all women have personality disorders, and you need to act avoidant to control them. Where the fuck are you coming from? They don't say this explicitly, but you are. But red pill teaches you that all women have personality disorders, and you have to counter that by avoidant attachment. It's extremely dysfunctional. I do not know anyone, and myself included, who has ever claimed that all women have personality disorders. I could show you this. Where'd it go? Do I have that working on tap? Oh shit, I don't have that. Oh well. I can show you the stats for what is it, SSRIs for antidepressants from 2009 all to where we're at right now. Did that mean they all have personality disorders? No, but it does mean that we prescribe antidepressants at record. You can see the spike like crazy. I've used that stat a million times. Maybe that's what he's talking about, but no one is saying that all women have personality disorders. Maybe the incels that you are, specifically targeting in your lame ass polls that you want to standardize on, those, yeah, maybe they might say that. Nobody in the red pill is saying that. They don't actually say this specifically. Then what the fuck are you talking about? You don't even, clearly up to this point, you haven't had any idea what you're talking about. So let me go to the next one. Number 5, true love does not exist. Only lifelong control. The biggest lie, this is the biggest lie. The biggest lie the red pill community teaches is the opposite of what I teach. So at least now we know you're a teacher and you have an ideology and you have a belief set that you're teaching. We got it. That attachment can never be fixed, so you must become a manipulator. God damn, man. Those red pill guys must be just these fiendish animals who they're like Simon Leviev, man. They're like the fucking Tinder swindler. No wonder men come running to me to detox from this head trash. I see. Love does not exist. Well, Adam, I can show you at least, I'm trying to see how many I got here. 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, I got at least 9 articles on the rational male, and many of which have made their way into my books as chapters in the book about women and love and everything else. So with that said, let me read you. I'll go pull this out real quick. Allow me to read you the hold on a sec, there and there. Year 1 of the rational male, which is let's see, Iron Rule of Tomasi number 6. The most, I would say probably one of the most misquoted iron rules of all of the 9. Okay, so here it is. Got it? And by the way, this also served as the impetus or the inspiration for Dr. Orion Taraban's video on love and I almost took it verbatim. I love you. I mean, keep going, keep doing what you're doing, but I mean, throw me a bone every now and then, Orion. Okay. Women in Love, December 27th, 2011. This is like one of my earliest posts. And I think I might throw it over here real quick. One of my earliest posts, Women in Love. Women in Love. There we go. Ah, beautiful. Such a serene time, such a idyllic golden era for the red pill. Men believe that love matters for the sake of it. Women love opportunistically. Women lose their minds whenever I read that quote. Today's poll quote comes from X-Pax Randy. This was another guy who was one of the guys who was commenting on my blog. The discourse here is brief, but it is insightful. I really, really, really hope the myth that girls are hopeless romantics gets kicked to the curb as soon as possible. Everyone needs to realize that men are the romantics pretending to be realists and women vice versa. Found this particularly thought-provoking. Men are the romantics forced to be the realists, while women are the realists using romanticisms to effect their imperatives, hypergamy. This is a heaping mouthful of cruel reality to swallow, and it dovetails nicely into the 6th iron rule of Tomasi. Iron rule of Tomasi number 6. Women are utterly incapable of loving a man in the way that a man expects to be loved. That's the key element of that, by the way. In its simplicity, this speaks volumes about the condition of men. It accurately expresses a pervasive nihilism that men must either confront and accept or be driven insane in denial for the rest of their lives when they fail to come to terms with that or the disillusionment. Women are incapable of loving men in a way that a man idealizes is possible, in a way he thinks she should be capable of. In the same respect that women cannot appreciate the sacrifices men are expected to make in order to facilitate their imperatives, women can't actualize how a man would have himself loved by her. It is not the natural state of women. And the moment he attempts to explain his ideal love, that's the point at which his idealization becomes her obligation. Our girlfriends, our wives, our daughters, and even our mothers are incapable of this idealized love. As nice as it would be to relax, trust, and be vulnerable, upfront, rational, and open, the great abyss is still the lack of an ability for women to love men as men would like them to. Okay, so I'm going to pull that off of there. That's where that all comes from. That is not say, well, women can't love you. If it's not the way I like it, then it's not love. No, it is. Absolutely. I love my wife. My wife loves me. But I understand how her concept of love works, and I understand how my concept of love works. That understanding that, embracing that, and actually making that work for yourself, most guys don't have the patience. They can't even wrap their heads around it. They'd rather go back to their Bibles or the Quran or Torah or whatever else. It's just like, and quote, Thomas Aquinas or Aquinas or whatever the fuck his name is. They would rather go back to mysticism and metaphorical truths to explain, love and companionship and everything else, instead of just like wrapping their heads around the fact that women love opportunistically and men love idealistically. And I've written dozens of articles about this. Yeah, I love you, Dr. Orion Terabam, but man, like, that's where that comes from. Just saying. So when somebody misquotes the red pill, like I said, today is all about the remedial red pill. We have to go back in time here and just sort of look and see what we've got. But that's where that comes from. And again, confident ignorance. Today's show should have been named Confident Ignorance again. I think I've actually done that before. Let me bring him back up again. Let's see. They don't explicitly say this, but red pill teaches that all women have personality disorders. No. True love does not exist. Only lifelong control. No, it does exist. It's just dependent on you embracing idealistic love, and blending idealism and opportunism. Is, you want to know where the polarity comes from? That's where the polarity comes from in a healthy relationship. None of these lies are true. Okay, so now we're summing it up. That was 5 lies. Okay, so now we're going to sum it up. None of these lies are true. Yeah, they're not, because you don't know what you're talking about, but you might believe them. If you're an incel and you have an incomplete knowledge, and if all you ever heard was Pearl trying to explain herself in fucking H3H3, yeah, you might have a case there. And you may be chasing broken attachment behaviors as your only lifeline to stay safe. Oh boy, here comes the psychotherapy. We're going to talk about attachment theories. Oh boy. That's going to keep you cycling through insecure women who will react badly over time. These will seem true because of that bias. I love how there's like this qualification. There's always a qualification for like if it's not working for you, it's because you chose the wrong girl. I did a full episode on that. The wrong girl. Well, if it didn't work for you, then you just chose the wrong girl. If she left you, it's your fault. You'll get that from like Peterson loves this shit, man. Jordan Peterson. There you go. Now, if women don't find you attractive, if they don't like you, if they don't love you, if they don't want you, if they can't love you or whatever, it's your fault. You didn't measure up. You didn't do enough. You're not good enough. You want to know where the idealistic love comes from? It's the you're not good enough. You want to know where the opportunism comes from? You're not good enough. That's where that comes from. When well-respected men, with psychology degrees, doctorates in fucking psychology say, align themselves with women's opportunistic definition of love, all you're doing is making my case. Well, you're not. If they reject you, if they don't like you, if they don't love you, if they broke up with you, it's your fault. There's something wrong with you. You didn't measure up. It's this constant, tail chasing. And if you didn't do it right, if you didn't qualify enough for her, then the problem lies with you. I said that on last week's show. Right? The problem will lie with you. It's always a man's fault. She cheated, your fault. You cheated, your fault. Remember when I put those cheating videos up in the very beginning? If you look at another woman, if you like even the guy, I don't know if this guy's a motivational speaker. I have no idea who this guy was, but I'm like, that is some really heavy ass self-gaslighting right there. Oh, I promise not only to love and obey and cherish and forsake all other women. I also made a promise to her that I would never even look at another woman. I'm going to walk around with like those horse blinders on my face all the time. Okay, that's how much I love you, baby. That right there, you want to talk about insecurity? That sounds like insecurity to me, but it also sounds like self-gaslighting. And not only that, he's encouraging other dudes to do the same. That in that case, definitely an influencer trying to tell you this is a best practice right here. This is what you ought to do. This is my belief. I think every man should do that. Or even, and I love the Fitness X guy because I've been on his show a couple times or once before. Is checking out porn cheating? Is a man we talked about this in the cheating episode. Is a man like who talks to women online, is that cheating? Is an emotional affair cheating? Is that grounds for divorce too? Because there's a lot of women who will say that it is. Oh, he's jerking off the porn, so therefore his sexual his sexual availability or sexual energies are going towards someone else, and so therefore that's cheating. It's a breach of contract. Fuck it, I'm out. Bye. I think that is probably an easy out for women if they want to divorce a guy. They say, well, it's emotional alienation or whatever, or he can't get over his porn addiction. I'm going to talk about porn here in a little bit, but is that cheating? When we get actually, hold on, before I go back to that, before we go back to that video, I want to finish up with Adam Lane Smith here. Where'd you go? There we go. Let's let him finish here. So broken attachment theory. This is attachment theory. This is like from the 70s. Is stable, healthy attachment. Blah blah blah. Okay. None of these lies are true. Oh wait. Keep following, and I'll show you what healthy and stable and loyal and trustworthy women. Where'd it go? Damn it! I skipped over. Trustworthy women actually want from you. So you can be better equipped to give it to them. No games, no manipulation, no terror, no terror. I think he meant dread. No paranoia, no more lies, no more lies. It's all in caps. So I presume he wants me to shout that. Learning secure attachment. Okay, attachment theory again breaks the pattern and is the answer here. Not red pill fear. If you want to talk about this thread and red pill problems, shoot me a DM. Oh, I'll do better than that, Adam. Or drop a comment. I love pulling apart these lies these dating gurus share. Who, Adam? Who are the gurus? Who's sharing this? Who is out there The brokers and the fear mongers who are out there, because he wants to, let's end the fear. Who is doing this? Who? Name a name. Tell me who you're talking about, for God's sake.
Say my name.
Red pill takes the ideas of evolutionary psychology, which are great. Okay, so at least we're gonna get like a pre-approval here, and show you how those can apply to male-female relationships. Well, it does a lot more than that, but okay. So good so far, dude. Did you write this, or is this like Chat GPT? Or Chat GPT? Yeah, Chat AI. Because it kind of sounds that way. Tons of men who get hurt in their first ever relationship don't have fathers or grandfathers, uncles, priests, pastors, mentors, or anyone else to teach them the basic relationships. Why do you suppose that is, Adam? Why do you suppose all of fathers, grandfathers, uncles, priests, pastors, mentors, or anyone else teach them? Why do you suppose that is? How do we get there? What factors led up to that? They find red pill gurus online who tell them to fear women. Who are you talking about? And how to manipulate women to feel safe. Nobody's telling them that. Who? Please give me a fucking name so I can go over to their feed and like give them a thrashing. Tell me who, because I'll be the first one to go over there and beat the hell out of them. I'll be right on board with you. Just tell me who. Who's saying this, Adam? We need to go and give them a talking to. The red pill dating ideology. There it is. Marries evolutionary psychology to paranoia and avoidant attachment. There's attachment theory once again, to create a system of manipulation and control that claims to stem from evolutionary features in men and women. It's perversion of the science through fear and the purpose of control. How about this? Maybe like parts of it are actually not fear, but better off it's a warning. How about it's like what you can anticipate? How about it's a better understanding of men's nature and women's nature and the way that it's being used, the way that people form best practices around that information? Maybe those practices are actually what's flawed and not the actual red pill. Maybe not the actual information, not the education, not the equipping, but how people take it and they use it. How people who aren't being told how to feel about it, this is their expression of how they feel about it. See, if there's a flaw, if there's anything wrong with the red pill, it's the best practices. How is it put into practice? So some individuals will take that and make a better life for themselves. And I would argue that the overwhelming majority of men who become red pill aware do this. I've got probably have emails right now about this. I've got hundreds, if not thousands, of comments on my blog over the course of coming up on 13 years, almost that, 12 years for sure, saying exactly the same thing. I've done shows where people call in and say, thanks for saving my life. I would not be where I am today if it weren't for you. So I want to know who's flooding into your conversion therapy courses here. But then men who learn it spend years being afraid. Learn it. They manipulate insecure women for sex and enjoy it at first. Then start to feel empty, unfulfilled, maybe even slimy. Yes, you will be slimy if you follow these red pill gurus. Okay, this isn't what they wanted. They just wanted a loving wife and not an endless power struggle. Let me explain something to you, Adam. Everything in this world is about sex, except for sex. Sex is about power. It's always a power struggle. Trust me. Anyone telling you you're living in an egalitarian relationship, I will show you a relationship where the woman is running the show. We're working on it. He's working on on our relationship. He's working to be a better guy. He's working to be better for me. So here we have like this mischaracterization of the red pill movement, the red pill ideology, the red pill religion, the red pill cult, those gurus. When they question that lifestyle, they feel trapped again. Where can they go? Who else can help them? My stars and garters. Meanwhile, they've been driven away or hurt several good women they now realize would have made a great wife, but they turned her off by being manipulative instead. So apparently that's the overarching Maybe that was one of the key terms typed into Chat GPT. Manipulative. Undoing that damage and reprogramming. There you go. Undoing that damage and reprogramming into a loving partner takes time and work. Yes, all reintegration processes do. But plugging you back into the matrix is a hard time. You'll have a hard time doing it. You've got to challenge the obsessive fear that has led you to be. So now you have obsessive fear. Led you to be terrified of trusting a woman. And you do need to learn the red flags to watch for and how to manage them better. Okay, so would that not include being aware of women's nature? So in short, does Adam hate men who study the red pill? No, not at all. Plenty of my friends have come from red pill circles. As long as they aren't manipulating anyone, now I don't care. Okay, who is doing this? Like how? Like there's this like big like swath of men who are out there playing games? No. In fact, I think I've said this before. Is like I think even back as far as back as the pickup artist days, most of the guys who find the community don't do so because they're looking for a cult or they're looking for some sort of, you remember that red pill, even PUAs back in the day didn't advertise. It was because people like guys were at a point where like, okay, what I'm doing is not working. Why is it not working? Oh, here's this community. Here's SoSwap, right? Here's alt fast seduction. Here's, Venusian arts, whatever. And now I can finally, get my head wrapped around what female nature really is. That's really back in the day anyways, that was the main thrust or the main point of what is now the red pill. Back then it was just getting your dick wet. I understand that. But the point was this is like most of these guys never even got a kiss. Like they were virgins, 27, 28-year-old virgins. Like, how do I lose my V card? How do I get a girlfriend? They didn't care about spinning plates. I have had several long conversations with people on my own blog, my comments about guys. They want to use red pill, like understanding, intersexual dynamics to make their marriages better. They're already with their wife. They just want her to fuck him again. They just want to better understand her nature so that they can get the sex spigot to turn back on again. They don't want to cheat on her. That's why they come to the red pill. They don't want to spin plates. They want to get back to the sex that they had when they were single. That's for the married guys. Then you got guys who are the late term of virgins, and they just want to know how to get a girlfriend. They're not looking to spin plates. They're just looking to be able to get a kiss and a second date. I've said this a billion times. It's not about like a dick measuring. There's very few guys who get into the red pill and they go, you know what? I think I'm going to get into sport fucking. I think I'm going to see if I can build my ego and my self validation off of getting a higher notch count because boy, I'm really lagging behind here. There's some kid in Brazil who's got 1,600 lays and God knows I've only got 40. I better fucking get those numbers up, man. Very, very few guys find the red pill for that reason. They find it because they just want to get laid. They just want to have a good relationship with a woman. And by the way, even when I used to say that, I used to say, you can use game in your marriage. You can use game in a long-term relationship or to get into a relationship with a woman. And maybe you're the monogamous kind. Maybe you're like, hey, you know what? I just want to get a girlfriend. You could still use the same thing. You can still you use this equipment and this understanding to that's your best practice. Then go right ahead. Spin plates, then, date non-exclusively for a while and then, say, hey, this one seems like a good one, right? But you don't get to that point unless you sort of, have had enough experience to figure out what you do want and what you don't want. Like people always, God damn it. And I got to clarify this again too. It's like whenever I talk about plate theory, there are 5 chapters about plate theory in the Rational Male in the first book. What the last chapter, 6 maybe? No, 5 chapters. The last chapter is transitioning from non-exclusive dating to monogamy. Oh my Lord, Rollo actually talked about that. Yes, I fucking did. You don't know because you don't fucking read. Nobody reads anymore. You know why? Ain't nobody got time for that. That's why. It's easier to go and mouth off and pop off about your fucking, red pill conversion therapy than it is to actually go read the book and find out what the fuck anybody's talking about. It's been here for 20 fucking years. It's more than a man can take. Let me finish off here. I got to do him the solid. Hey, I'm at least reading all of his, right? So here we go. So in short, does Adam hate men? Okay, no. So if this is you, if you've been living years in fear and terror, don't let anyone keep you there. Not even yourself. Learn the real ways to bond red and green flags in relationships. Secure attachment. God damn, dude. You know how old attachment theory is? It's like we're talking like the 70s. What stable and loyal women expect for stable and loyal women? Those quality ones, not those nasty hoes on not these girls.
Well, I'm a whore.
None of those girls on Access Vegas.
That's nasty. It is nasty, right?
Yeah.
Isn't it nasty? Oh.
I need Jed on the show. I need Jed to come out to Vegas. Stable and loyal women expect from you and how to build real love. Well, thank you. Finally, someone knows how to build real love, Adam. Evolutionary psych? Good. Using past wounds and fears to justify exploiting insecure women? Bad. One would think that would part of this conversion therapy, would that also include like identifying insecure women, and what do those insecure women look like, and what's the behavioral traits? What's the set they have? Is it because they have like tattoos? Is that a red flag or a green flag? Like what is the let's say the litmus test for a secure woman and an insecure woman? I would presume that any like conversion therapy would have to at least cover that. Learn the good that red pill stole. And ignore the terror and paranoia. And this reads like a fucking like blockbuster movie from the summer, It's like learn the good, and that the red pill stole, and ignore that terror and paranoia that turns into a cult. In other words, learn about secure attachment and with authenticity. Happy to talk about this anytime. Yeah, not so much, dude. But I'll run on them. Red Pill Thor, I love this. Who exactly is miserable? I and the OG Red Pill men are living the dream. Seriously, who are these so-called Red Pill miserable whelps? Let's name some names. Casting a generic net is a meaningless dogpile activity. There are men not well known to Red Pill creators or so-called influencers that are living the life most can only imagine, and would think that this is not possible, but also be a lie. Lots of the clingers in the red pill space, because it works and you can get attention and maybe some money too. Prometheus, whatever, Adam, is this your shoe? Seems to fit. But miserable red pill creators, nah, not so much. There is an anger phase for sure, and that intensity can vary, but is because of the social constructionism lies and the realizing how it is disadvantageous to you as a man, and in some ways it is disadvantageous to women also. There too. And as unflattering as it may seem to those new to the knowledge, there is a solid path of self-enlightenment here if you can avoid the black pill side of the space, which is exactly really what he's sort of pointing out. While they hold many truths, it is the mindset and the application where we differ. Exactly. Thank you for being the voice of reason once again, Red Pill Thor, who is my fitness guru as of last week too. Okay, let's go dig into the rest of these here. Why do you think so many PUAs and red pill content creators have problems and jealousy towards the expat movement that's growing now? You the leader, so why? I don't have a problem with the expat community. I mean, I've just said a minute ago, hell, I've done what was it? I don't think I could show it because I'd probably get a copyright strike for it, but I had an article on the Rational Male not too long ago, maybe 2015, where I was covering the fact that there are black men in the United States who were abandoning the U.S. for Brazil. because the women down there and the actual biological women were so much more feminine, and they're better shape, and they were, they loved men. It was a Latin culture and stuff. And so of course what happens is American women, or Western women, I should say, because it's not just American, but they have a problem with that because they think that these guys they're afraid, or they're threatened by powerful alpha females. And it's like, no, they don't want to get with a woman who is basically the man she wanted to marry. Generally speaking, heterosexual men don't want to get with other men. They want to get with women. There's a difference, right? It's opposites attract, not likes, especially when it comes to that. So they don't want mouthy, bitchy, feminist, fat women who think that men ought to find them beautiful just because, it's a cultural, it's social constructionism. They leave, they up and go. I don't have a problem with that. I never have. But the thing is, here's why you think I have a problem with that, is because in my breaking it down, it sounds like I'm saying, oh, well, they're only going over there because it's easier, blah, blah, blah. Well, that's the cultural analysis of it anyways. Hell, what was it? Brett Cooper and Ben Shapiro were just talking about the passport bros. Everybody's a bro. Ortho bros, passport bros. What else is a bro? Brah. Bro culture. That's where that comes from. Brothers. Yeah, well, maybe they're onto something. I just told the other dude just half a second ago. I said, hey, look, if that's where you're going to go fish where the fish are. If that's your state, if that's what you're about, why wouldn't you? The problem I have with the whole, it's sex tourism or whatever. Oh, you couldn't get a girl here, so you had to go to some sort of, third world underdeveloped country and go find some, country girl from the, the old world and bring her back or whatever, if at all, right? I don't have a problem with that. I don't think that they're necessarily jealous. So why do you think so many PUAs and red pill content creators have problems and jealousy towards the expat movement right now? I don't think so. I think that the expat community, or the bros, whatever, the passport bros, I think that they think that the red pill guys or the PUAs have a problem with that because they think that they're circumventing learning game. That's why. Because guys like that think that I'm all about just selling the books, right? I have been an author since 2013, okay, for 10 years. Prior to that, I have got another like 10 or 12 years under my belt at So Suave and All Fast Seduction and my blogs and everything else where I wasn't selling jack shit. So, and I was talking about similar topics back then as well. So it's not just about like, hawking books. But I think that that's what a lot of guys think is like, oh, see, we can go to Burma or Southeast Asia or, Thailand or where Vietnam, whatever the hell, the Philippines, right? We can go to these countries and we don't have to learn game. We don't have to spend money. They're just trying to, they're just shills. They're just trying to, they're on the take. And so we don't have to learn game. All we got to do is just get for the price of an airline ticket to these countries, we can go out there and find a nice feminine girl who just wants to fuck us because they love us and they're just, they love Americans there and they're all raised right and proper, like the half-assed women in the United States. And I think there's this, trust me, like guys who are like, there are no more PUA, very few PUAs anymore. I'm trying to think who would be a PUA in this. Maybe Troy Francis would call himself a PUA. Who else would call themselves a PUA? Well, certainly freaking John Anthony Lifestyle. That's great. Yeah, he might have a problem with that. But then, of course, he's in Brazil. He's a PUA in Brazil, expat. So I don't think he has a problem with that. If you go and you look at I'm trying to think who else who would be considered a PUA today. But I don't think that even the PUA, even like what's left, the dying breed, the last of their kind, the PUAs of today, I don't think they have a problem with that whatsoever. I think the whole thing is I think that the expat community and the sort of like passport bros think or would like to believe that the red pill guys and PUAs have a problem with them because they think that they're circumventing learning game, and they're really not. You still have to have game in those countries. I can remember, was it Matt Forney old school from the Spearhead back in the day. Went and took he went and did a whole documentary, but he did this whole like long blog about how he was going to leave the United States. And this is, by the way, this is like 2009, 2008, 2009. He's going to leave the US. He's going to go to the Philippines. He's going to find a good girl. Like he's basically going on sex safari and then find a good girl afterwards. Right. And then discovers that you still need game in those countries. You still have to have some kind of like social skills in those countries that will, you know, benefit you to actually get laid and to actually find a woman. You still have to learn those things. So if you don't know game in the US, it's not going to, it's not like a win button to go to Southeast Asia. You still have to be like personable, and you have to be somebody that those chicks are going to be attracted to in the first place. And then on top of that, you've got like women who are participating in the global sexual marketplace, which is their cell phones all the time. So I don't think that there actually is a problem pretty much, but I think that expats and passport bros would like to believe there is, because they want to think, because it justifies their reasons for going, which I don't think it's really even a justification. Most, like, I don't care. There's no getting around it. Rollo Tomasi's a red pill. Okay. I'm not red pill adjacent. I am definitely a red pill. I can't get away from it. It's all over me. But I'll just tell you right now, I don't have a problem with you guys going, you go fish where the fish are. One thing most guys don't realize is that women are still going to behave like women at the end of the day. I'd say most guys who go MGTOW just expect women to act with the composure and the logic of a man, which will never happen. Yes, because then they would be men. I think what frustrates a lot of guys is that the expectation, and maybe Adam even like, I'll give him a point here. Most guys don't have the patience to really even learn anything red pill or how to apply red pill awareness to their lives. And so that's how you get those extremes, because they don't have the patience, or they don't have the know-how or the creativity to really form best practices for themselves. And they don't know how to use it. It's like giving a whole bunch of tools, and you're like, what am I fucking do with this? Right? You don't understand it. And so what you do, you throw it away, and you just keep a couple of the tools that will work for you and say, this is what it's all about. No, it's much deeper than that. But like sometimes like guys just, you know, they don't have the patience for. I understand. Fuck, we got a lot to do. You got a lot to think about. The average guy doesn't spend this much time thinking about this shit. I know. That's why I get criticized so much. Rollo, why are you so obsessed with intersexual dynamics? Because I've been doing it for 22 years. Is that okay? Can I have that? Well, it must be because you have some sort of inner hatred or self-loathing, or there must be something wrong with you. No, I could have a pretty decent life. I love my wife. I love my kid who just got married. I think I'm doing pretty good. It's just what I do, right? Nobody ever has a problem with women becoming like sexologists. They don't have any problem with like Dr. Ruth going and talking, you know, the old German lady talking about dicks and vaginas and stuff. Nobody has a problem. Nobody says, oh, she's obsessed. Nobody says that. But a dude does, then you're, oh my goodness. How would you, why is this so important to you? Yeah. But I hear what you're saying. I think it's really a matter of like patience and what you want to really involve yourself in. Fun wordplay is this Adam guy is using conflating persuasion with manipulation over and over again to gaslight the readers. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what else was gaslighting was this. Oops, not that one. You want to talk about gaslighting? Here's gaslighting for you. Like to me, this is like almost like hypnosis right here.
Is cheating. Linking up and hiding it from your partner is cheating. Entertaining, messaging, snapping, and texting someone behind your partner's back is cheating. Once you start hiding, deleting, or putting your phone on do not disturb, it's cheating. Stop watering down cheating, because the truth be told, it doesn't have to be physical. Disrespect and betrayal always start mentally before it turns physical.
You know, it's funny. It's like there's never any like, you want to talk about fear, Adam? That to me is fear that you better do. It's almost like what, 5 Minutes of Hate from like 1984. That's like propaganda. That video, anyways. I go, oh, well, that's just one video, Rolo. What are you talking about? No, then we can go to this right here.
If I said, okay, honey, I'm going to make you a promise. I know you want me to promise to be virtuous to you and fidelitous, but I'm going to go further. I'm going to make a promise that I'm going to do everything in my power to train myself, my mind, my brain to
gaslight myself, train my mind and my brain.
Not look at other women. There's some people out there like, you can look at the menu. Right. I'm like, you only look at the menu if you're hungry. And at some point, it's a gateway choice that's going to get you in trouble. And so I just made a decision for myself. If you're looking, that's the first step. That's the antecedent to winding up in a spot that you don't want to find yourself in. So
that's a precedent.
Love this idea of the Nike opposite, right? Which is just like have a little bit of common sense in a world that doesn't seem to have a lot to say, hey, where can choices lead? And if it can lead you where you don't want to be, maybe don't make the choice in the first place.
I like this in the sense that like at the end of it, he tries to like sort of wrap it up and make it sound like it's like logic, right? Because now it's a greater picture. No, you're gaslighting yourself. You have a biological impetus. Now, I'm not saying men don't have self-control. We have more. I would say men have more self-control over their sexuality than women do because we have to. If we fuck up in any way, shape, or form, that's like a social like misstep, right? Men have to have more self-control. I think really over themselves and over their emotions and over it just in general. But I think that when you take those two, and then I've got this last one here. I thought this was interesting too. All of these, I threw all these together in the same sequence here on purpose.
A cheater if you do this. You're a cheater if you still want to watch porn and have variety digitally, but call yourself a loyal man. See, all you dudes in relationships are the biggest cowards, the biggest liars. You try to shame men who are at least honest that we want variety, and you call us not having self-control.
Now he's coming. I've been on this guy's show before. Like he's coming at it from a different angle here, because the guys who are in relationships who are like still jerking off to porn or whatever, they get their sexual needs met through virtual means, and they get that variety, that unlimited access to unlimited sexuality. They get that through pornography, and then throw rocks at guys who are licking the ice cream, right? The guys who are out there and actually saying, you know what, I don't need porn. I'm going to go out and I'm going to fuck random girls. I'm going to spin plates. I'm going to date non-exclusively. I think he's just really kind of covering the hypocrisy, but the beginning of it here still reinforces the idea that watching porn is cheating.
But you sit up there and you take a phone screen and you touch yourself to it and call yourself a man. Call yourself a loyal man. If you still need to watch women digitally, you're cheating. If you are a loyal man and you claim you're loyal, you claim that you only want your girlfriend, why do you need to get off still watching other women? And if you
why? We're going to talk about that here in just a minute.
You're a woman. If your man watches porn, he wants variety. He's just lying. He just needs to get it off digitally because he can't get it actually physically. You're a cheater.
And if you're in a relationship and he's doing that, there has to be some reason why he's doing that. Not just because he can't control himself. He's not a real man. Real men can control their sexual urges. Well, yeah, that's usually why they get married. Because they're like, hey, I want to bang this girl, and I know who I'm going home with tonight, and I know who's going to be sucking my dick tonight. And when that ceases to happen, it's not about variety. It's about the fact that there's the spigot's been gone off. I was trying to tell you that's half the reason why guys find the red pill. These married guys, we used to call this what is it? Ryan Stone will remember this. Awakened while married. Guys who are in sexist relationships, and then suddenly they find my book, or they go out looking. Like in an age where prior to this, guys had to figure out how to do it on their own. They usually would infidelity or whatever, but they're looking for a way to get their wives to have sex with them again. And sometimes that might include go read The Rational Male, understand your wife's innate nature. Hell, I wrote exactly about this in a 4-chapter series, I should say, in my third book, Positive Masculinity. Please go get it. It's on Amazon if you find yourself in the situation. It's called The Reconstruction. If you'd like to read the free version of it, it's on my blog, therationalmale.com. Just type in The Reconstruction in the search engine and you'll find it. But I wrote it exactly for guys who wanted to sort of rebuild their relationship, because I had so many guys that would hit me up and they would go, Rollo, I love my wife. I don't want to cheat on her. All the spinning. You're right. I've read the books. I'm wrapping my head around this, but how can I apply it when I'm in a relationship, I've got kids, my wife won't fuck me anymore. How do I use this information to have a better relationship and a better marriage as a result? So that's what those chapters are for. Like, it's actually a process of like how to go through and some things to think about anyways, to understand your wife's nature and how you can like rekindle that or restart that, because there's so many guys that wanted to do that because they didn't want to cheat. They were tired of jerking off the porn. They're like, I love my wife so much that I'm willing to put up with this shit, but I got to get fucking laid. How do I do that? That's what those chapters were about. Oh, those red pill guys who never talk about marriage or relationships. No, talked about it quite a bit. And so when I see stuff like this, I'm like, yeah, it's endemic because, sexless marriages are anywhere between 15 and 20%, depending on whose numbers you're looking at right now in the United States. I've seen it as high as 26, but I don't know how legitimate those are, but I've seen it as, I would say on average about 20%, maybe 15 to 20%, somewhere around there of marriages are sexless. And by sexless, that means once a month. If you have sex once a month, then you are in a sexless marriage. According to the CDC, I didn't make up this fucking rule. This is according to like psychotherapists and everybody else, right? If you're having sex once a month, you're in a sexless marriage. If you haven't had sex in a year, well, boy, you are in a really state of deficit there, my friend. So is it cheating, or is it the guy who's just basically saying, I got to do something and I don't want to lose my wife and I love her and I love I forget the guy. Oh, he was the guy who was the divorce attorney that I used on last week's show. He mentioned this as well. He said, I think I might do a full breakdown of that show, like a dedicated show. But the divorce attorney who I was kind of riffing on last week, there's a part in that video where he talks about a guy he was representing who was going through a divorce. And the thing that instigated it was the fact that he was going to like massage parlors and just getting hand jobs. That was it. Just like stroke him off, right? That was it. And that was, okay, it's infidelity, blah, blah, blah. I'm done. Right? Well, the reason why is because the dude had been in like this, I want to say like a 10-year marriage where he wasn't getting any sex, period. So he was trying to solve the problem, but he didn't want to leave the marriage. He didn't want to leave it because he's still in love with his wife. He didn't want to leave it because he still had kids. He didn't want to leave it because, probably didn't want to lose half his shit. But he had to find some sort of avenue to sort of make up for the fact that he wasn't getting his rocks off. Is he cheating? Technically, yes. So what will happen is then we go and we throw this back on the dude and we say, well, it's your fault. If you had to go get a hand job from some, Asian chick at the massage parlor, the happy ending, right? Then, that's on you. She's right. You're wrong. Right, Dr. Peterson? You jerk off to porn. Well, I guess there's something wrong with you because, you can't make it work with your wife. Well, if that's the case, if that's cheating, then I guess that's cheating. But I'll tell you what we don't consider cheating is when women still advertise themselves on Instagram after they are in a relationship or don't even want to put the pictures of their significant other up on Instagram. Is that cheating? Would that be considered a cheat? Because I'm fairly convinced that it is. Where did I put that? God damn it. I thought for sure I brought that in. No, that's not it. Desktop. There we are. Aha. Here we go. Actually, I put this as an overlay. Give me 1 second. I have a question. I got to put this to the panel here. So if that's cheating, if jerking off the porn while you are married is cheating, is this cheating? Does this constitute cheating on the part of a woman? There we go. Tell me if does this constitute cheating? Leo, Messi. For fuck's sake, it's Messi. This is his. I guess I don't know if it's his wife or his girlfriend or whatever. You look at that page, and then you look at her page, and there's no pictures of him. And Cristiano sitting in the hot tub with I don't know his supermodel girlfriend, whatever, wife, who knows. Saint-Tropez. This is probably the same boat that they're on. And then I don't know who this is. Paulo Bala. I don't follow soccer. Forgive me, people. And you got the same situation on the beach. No dude, but she's so is advertising your availability and not like it's like, you know how they do that with the soft launch. Is that cheating then? Should that not be considered cheating? Because you're advertising your availability, looking for the bigger and the better deal. Remember the thing that like what Adam said that was never occurs or only occurs with low value women. I'm sorry, damaged and secure women. It only occurs with them. But like for the women who are doing this, is that considered cheating? Because by the same logic, it should. At least I don't know. Maybe my brain doesn't work the same way. But what do you say about 80s rock and metal? What would you like me to say? Whites. I think those Whitesnake songs were warnings and not how-to instructions. No, they were from a different, more idyllic time, my friend. They were in a time before we knew, so long ago. Whitesnake is definitely not the band I would be using for that example. Keep saving, man, brother. Saving, man, brother. Every show is new knowledge. You're goddamn right. There we go.
You're goddamn right.
I'll do my best, my friend. Hey, there's Thor. Thank you, Thor. What, man, I need. Oh, wait, here's Thor. This is for you. Got it. Power overwhelming. Dear Morpheus. Is that what I'm going to be now? Maybe I should change my name from Rolo to Morpheus since everybody seems to not like me actually having a freaking screen name now. I'm late to the class again. When's the Maxim book coming out? Probably October. And will you be having a New Year's Eve show in Vegas? Oh, we will definitely be having a New Year's Eve show in Vegas. You see, the trouble with Vegas on New Year's Eve is getting girls to show up. If we do, it probably will be like the Thursday before. Well, I don't know if it's on a Thursday, but whatever the New Year's Eve time is. You could not possibly. I don't think we could possibly do an Access Vegas on New Year's Eve. Because all the girls want to be out on the strip, man. They all want to be out in the clubs they want to be out partying. We made a big mistake. Oh, you want to know how we learned from mistakes? We had to actually the first and only time we ever canceled an Access Vegas show was when we went and tried to source girls from the AVN, the AVN Awards and the AVN Expo, which is the Adult Video Network, whatever that was going on. I think it was in late January or February, somewhere around there. And we had all these girls confirmed and none of them showed up because they were all down at the convention. They're not going to leave that convention where they're getting their egos stroked. And actually some of them making a lot of money live streaming there. So won't do that. We have to remember that there's certain events that we can't really pair the show up with because you're never going to get women away from those high paying gigs, right? Let's see. Have you considered having a conversation with MTR? I don't know about what. Not sure what we would talk about. What is frustrating about Adam is his work on attachment is awesome. And he was all about the red pill years ago. Of course he was. Now he's part of the new, we hate the red pill. It's all about shame and control and manipulation. And let's think of some other adjectives and adverbs we can throw out there that have a negative connotation. Okay. Yeah. Well, by the way, he's not the only one. If you look at Corey Wayne, same thing. Look at, I'm trying to think who else has sort of done a 180 since then. And I'll tell you, it's funny. They either do a 180 and then they try to make their new grift about being anti-red pill, or they will say, I'm leaving the manosphere. Fuck you guys. It's not what it used to be. Goodbye. I'm leaving now. You won't have to hear from me anymore. And then you go and you look at all their videos of the last 2 weeks, and it's nothing but red pill manosphere topics. Oh, the mana swamp, this. And I love you, Rich Cooper. Keep doing what you're doing, but it's like, you're gonna leave. Joker. If you're gonna leave. If you're gonna if you think you're gonna get a momentary bump in numbers as a result of saying, I'm done with the manosphere, fuck you all, bye-bye. Then actually do what you're if you're about masculine virtues, stick to what you say you're going to do. I ain't never leaving because I can't. This is me. I'm married to this shit. Can I send you the Wolverines war cry? Yes, you can. Yes, you can, my friend. You can absolutely. You know what?
You're goddamn right.
Send me the Wolverines. I'm working on a Rolo's Roughnecks intro as well. And by the way, yes, I am. I've got 2 leads on the dog tags now. If you want to be a roughneck and you want to show your membership, I will give you a dog tag. Who wants to be married and have sex? Yeah. Is women's hardwired equalism rooted in the fact that they are biologically hardwired to be mothers? Kind of. And a mother should love her kids unconditionally and equally, no matter if they perform or not. I don't know about that last part, but I can say this is that I think that, are they hardwired for equalism? They are hardwired for communitarianism. That's I think that's endemic to the female psyche, and it has to be, because women are the vulnerable sex. They're the incubators of the next generation. And as horribly, deterministic as that sounds, and I know everybody's going to say, oh, Rollo thinks this. No. As horribly deterministic as it sounds, if you go and you look at our ancestral past, and you look at how women had to sort of what they had to do to survive, there's strength in numbers. There's nurturement in numbers, nurturing, I should say. If you look at the reproductive costs that it takes to raise a child, raise a baby from infancy all the way up to self-sufficiency at 7 or 8 years old, so you can run around and actually eat food and stuff, somewhat self-sufficient. And then women are pregnant in the time that the first child is becoming self-sufficient. You need strength in numbers. You with human species could not be anything but social animals. We could not be anything but socially based. And so for women who were the berry pickers and the gatherers, despite what recent discoveries of hunter women buried with tools and bows and arrows would like you to believe, which, by the way, has been proven to be bullshit. But the idea, anyways, that there is strength in numbers and that there is nurturement in numbers and protection in numbers is very it's essential to the female psyche. So solipsism and innate solipsism, and again, I'm using this as a placeholder term. I'm not saying they're psychotic or whatever. There's this idea that the world has to revolve around them, and they are self-importance, let's just say, is a feature and not a bug of female psyche, because they had to be concerned with their own survival. In fact, they're the ones, as the vulnerable sex, they depended for a long time on the protection and the enforcement of men and the provisioning and everything else. And so did the children. The very fragile human babies also benefited from that. And so that's why women are attracted to the certain characteristics in men and all that. But I don't necessarily think women are hardwired for equalism, but that's equalism or egalitarianism, I should say, is a natural extension of women's psyche to be communitarian. Each one gets one, one for you, one for you, one for you. And it's this sort of solidarity amongst women, because they had to be dependent on one another. And that's why you want to know why women have better social networks than men do, because men are hierarchical and women, their networks are in the round. And so and they're much more based on communication, right? When women love to communicate, they just the act of communication is something that is pleasurable for women. They will get together just to communicate, right? When men communicate, it's usually over a project or a problem to be solved, something hierarchical kind of thing, right? Something to do. Whereas women are men tend to be more interested in things. Women tend to be more interested in people. And the reason for that is because it benefits women to be more interested in the back and forth and the networking and the social, understanding and communication with other women. So women concentrate their communication on emotion, really, but also on the context of the communicating, the conversation. So it's, how did this conversation make me feel? Whereas men focus on the information and the content of that conversation. Well, how can I use this information to help me build a bridge or to go climb a mountain, or how can I use this information? And then they process the feeling, whereas women do vice versa. And the reason for that is because women had to do that because they had to know who was on their side and building coalitions and, having a more communitarian understanding of, organizing society, whereas men tend to organize society hierarchically. So is that part of equalism? Yeah, but equalism and egalitarianism is just the sort of the modern expression of communitarianism. Let's see. What was this? Even their feminist hero told women to compromise. Who? Barbie? In my opinion, the reason the red pill should shy away from politics is because both sides of the spectrum now default to egalitarianism. They do, yes. Neither political side represents male correct thinking. Yes, you are out, Chris. Well done. You get one of these. Yes, the red pill needs to be fundamentally apolitical, asocial, ethnic, racial, whatever, a-religious. It needs to be. It just is. Because as we can see right now, what I said would happen when the red pill went mainstream. Remember when I'll go dig the video up if you don't make me do it. But there's the clip of me with Myron and Fresh from March 2021, where they asked me, do you think it's going red pill, or do you think the red pill's going mainstream? And I said, I hope not. I hope it doesn't, because it needs to stay underground. It needs to, because if it's going to stay pure and it's going to stay purpose driven, it can't go mainstream. But of course, now we see where we are now that it has gone mainstream, I've been exactly what I said would happened. You get bad actors who come in here and represent the red pill and pretend that those are the red pill gurus that now the anti-red pill gurus want to point a finger at, but they don't name names. They still want to be on board with that because they think that's going to be the new hustle. Let me explain something to you, Corey Wayne and Adam Lane Smith or whatever. The clock's ticking. As soon as we get into the election cycle, nobody's going to give two shits about whether you hate the red pill or you don't, because it's going to be a culture war narrative at that point. Here's my advice to you. Get out of the red pill and start talking about culture war narratives. Talk about saving the West. Talk about moral degeneracy. Talk about homeschooling. Talk about the latest, TradCon movie that's out there. Do that now. Get ahead of it right now, because all the shit that you're getting into, this red pill, conversion therapy, it's got a shelf life of about another maybe 2 months. And then it's going to be over, and then we're going to be full swing in the culture war narrative. Take that to the fucking bank, guaranteed. Get out of the red pill and get into politics. Get into social issues. Do it now. I know there's a lot of people who do it better than you, but if you get out ahead of it now, you'll be much better off later on. I'm fucked because I have to stay. I'm just doing what I'm doing. Like from a business standpoint, I'm fucked. I don't think I'm fucked, but I know what's coming next. And it ain't anti-red pill. I can tell you that right now. Yeah, we should shy away from politics and everything. That's why I've tried to do that for the longest time. And people are probably like raising an eyebrow and scoffing right now. But my policy has always been this. I don't talk about just politics. I don't talk about just money. I don't talk about just social issues or ethnic issues or racial issues. I don't talk about those things just in and of themselves. If there's crossover from intersexual dynamics or the red pill, whatever, into those topics, then yes, I will. I'll talk about that aspect of politics, religion, whatever. I wrote a book about religion, but it's the confluence of red pill, intersexual dynamics, and religion. See what I'm talking about? There's people that do way better than I do. Like, I'm not going to go here and try to pretend that I'm going to convince you of social issues and politics and Republican, Democrat, Dem boys, dis boys, whatever boys. I'm not going to try that. That is not going to come out of me. But if you want to talk about how, egalitarianism seeps into the women of the Republican Party, that's fair game. I'll do that. And you're right about that too, by the way. It's egalitarianism, feminism it's in both parties. It really is. It's just expressed differently. That the Republicans, the neocons, tradcons, whatever we're calling concons, they don't care about you. They don't care about men. They care about the women who are complaining that there ain't no good guys anymore. They want to solve women's problems, not your fucking problems. If they did, they would call it the rational male, and they'd be out here banging the gong with Rollo Tomasi. They don't care about you. They care about the women. They care about how your lethargy and your unwillingness to participate and your like dropping out and your lost boys and all this stuff. That's what you know why they care about that? Because they got one solution for it. Take more responsibility. Be a man's man. And just going back to the same fucking well and the same, feeding trough over and over and over again with the same platitudes, the same aphorisms, the same bullshit, let's go find a scripture about it, whatever it is. Men need to be men. Well done. You got anything more? You got anything more than that? How about we talk about like women ought to be like, not be so concerned about becoming the men that they want to marry. How about we look at that side of it? Because every goddamn time, that's one of the dangers, but that's one of the most frustrating aspects of the red pill is you cannot, like I said, give information out there. You cannot put statistics out there. You cannot even put like an educated opinion out there without having to tell people how to feel about it. And that's exactly what both the wokesies and the tradcons both do. And that's going to, by the way, that's going to be part of the big fight between the two of them in the next 18 months. That'll definitely be a feature. But they're basically fighting for the same thing, which is like the solidarity of women. That's basically what it is. Men need to be better men for women. That's how it boils down. We can't find really good guys. Rollo, tell them. Matt Hussey, tell those guys that they need to be better. Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, tell those guys they need to be better for us. And that's what plays. They wouldn't want to lose half their base, right? Thank you for your work on the Fishing Village. Okay, I got to you already. Facts. Thank you. Facts. Your books made me a better father of 3 girls. Okay. And then I just got this right now. Thank you. Let us know when you will be back to the research, statistics, psychology of intersexual dynamics. I see no value in meaningless influencer status games, mean girl gossip, and manufactured drama. Well, I am trying, my friend. Here's the thing is, I can go and do the show. What would you like me to do, La Aguila? You gave me $100 to tell me this. What would you like me to do? What have I not covered sufficiently that we would like to get into? Because right now I am playing to, let's see, 1,096 viewers, which is not too bad. I played to more, but unfortunately, while I am doing that, while I am putting stuff out there on the other side of all of this, I also have to not only defend my positions and defend myself, I also have to defend against people who misrepresent this, because clearly that's how anti-red pill guys kind of like throw in here. And then I'm trying to throw out some like good, stats and some good fundamental principles when I'm sort of debunking the, confident ignorance of a guy like Adam Lane Smith. So along the way, I'm saying, look, hypergamy is this, and along the way, war brides that, whatever. I can give those explanations over and over again. But I tell you what, if I were to just do a dedicated show, let's see, about the wall. If I was to do a dedicated show, and maybe I should experiment. Here's the wall. Here's what the red pill says about the wall. Here's what the red pill says about love. Here's what the red pill says about whatever. Here's some things to think about. Anyways. Those shows, nobody cares. No one will give two shits about that. You know what they care about? Brittany Venti got you. That's what they care about. You know what they care about? They care about like Destiny and his fucking blue hair and his open relationship and how he likes psychotic women. That plays. Sneeko, that plays. Zerka, that definitely plays. But it's like giving out good information. What'd you say here? Statistics, psychology, research, yada, yada, yada. Yeah, I can do that. And it's very, very dry. I'm glad you want that, though. I'm happy that you want that. I will definitely, take that under consideration and get back to it. But it's not even gossip. See, I think that's the thing is like you can't talk about how wrong someone is without it sounding like gossip. Like I can go and say like Adam Lane Smith is a huckster. Corey Wayne, huckster. John Anthony Lifestyle, definitely a huckster. All these dudes do is talk shit about people with ideas. That's all they do. Because without the, when somebody asked me, hey, would you ever talk to MTR about, and I said, about what? What does he disagree with me on? What does he agree with? Maybe he agrees with me on something. I don't know. All I do know is that his entire channel is basically just like one reaction and one takedown video after the next. That's all John Anthony Lifestyles videos are. It's not just me. It's like everybody. That's all he does. That's all, really what Destiny does. That's all what Sneeko is just out there for the yucks. Well, that's all it is. It's just entertainment. There's nothing to it. And so I understand your frustration in that sense, but I still have to be able to defend a point. Red Pill wasn't about body count, saving the West, or holding women accountable. It's about two things: positive male identity and male sexual strategy. It can be. I would say that's definitely part of it. So that's really the hardest part. What is the Red Pill about? What should it be about? If you ask me, I'm going to tell you this. It's about understanding from an empirical perspective, from an objective truth, right? I say I have an obligation to objective truth from the perspective of an obligation of objective truth. What is the Red Pill? Well, it covers a lot of different things. I'm going to say it's the understanding of male nature, female nature, and the integration between them in intersexual dynamics. That's really what the Red Pill has ever been about. You can take that and extrapolate it to male self-improvement, but that's not the point of the Red Pill. It is a database. That's really what the Red Pill needs to be. It's just a database. It is the praxeology. It's understanding, male and female nature, intersexual dynamics. That's basically what it is. And if I had to, was I forced to say, what is the Red Pill about? That's would probably be my most brief answer that I could give. How big are Swallow's arms? I'm back into working out after years. You know what? I don't know. I haven't exactly. Let me tell you something. You guys, people go, Rolo's always looking for an opportunity to pull back his pony. Which, by the way, I have been doing since before I was like went on TRT. But like they think he's just looking for an opportunity to pull back his. No. I should, though. If I was going to flex on you, I would really flex on you, but I'm not. I don't know. Thor would probably know. Thor, what do you think my guns are at right now? I don't know. I hurt myself. I did. I blew out my calf. I think it's my Achilles tendon, but that was from running with the dogs. I've done that before, so I know that wasn't from working out. But I blew out my calf, and then I have this really bad pull. It's right in here. And I did that when I was benching. It's still kind of sore right now, but so consequently, I've only been able to do abs, legs, back, and triceps. I've been able to do. So I think of anything else that I can do shrugs. That's okay. There's certain motions that I can't do because it hurts like hell. So if it looks like my biceps are bigger, it's because that's all I can do. Is a woman watching a rom-com or Shades book cheating then? I don't know. But we don't have influencers going on TikTok and Shorts and anywhere else saying the same thing. How many women do you know that have made similar videos to, if you're looking at porn, you're cheating. If you're looking at girls on Instagram, you're cheating. If you're looking at how many videos of exist of female influencers too, by the way, who say, if you have sexy pictures on you're advertising your ass on OnlyFans or Instagram, you're cheating with nothing but the text, right? It's like this fucking gaslight video. And if somebody did that, how quick would it be before somebody said, it would probably it would go viral, because it would be oh, this is trying to brainwash young girls into thinking that they're going to be cheating and they need to be loyal to a man who might leave him for the, trophy wife and the hot secretary. You'll build the slippery slope it, but you don't see those. You won't see those because that doesn't play into the bigger narrative of men need to be better men. Take responsibility for yourself. That, by the way, the whole responsibility hustle. Thank you. The whole responsibility hustle thing that I was just mentioning before. how tradcons want men to be better men just so they can solve the problems of women. That also extends to the, if you're looking at porn, you're cheating, right? Or the guy, the positivity guy, I don't even know, was Matt Crone or something, like Rob Crone. I'm trying to figure out what his name is. Anyways, that guy, I promised my wife I would never look at another woman, because then that went lead to dancing and fornication and bad and impure thoughts. Really. But we see those videos, and because they reinforce what's going to be, I think, the popular narrative going forward here, which is men need to become better men. They love the positivity aspect. They love the male self-improvement aspect of the red pill. Even what Adam Lane Smith was saying the same thing. Oh, there's good parts of the red pill. Yeah, just the parts that you think will fit into solving women's problems. We say, hey, get in the gym, being better, be on your money, get some social skills, learn some game, blah, 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 right? They love that aspect. That sounds positive. It's because it aligns and it fits into their ideology. But, spin more plates, talk about women's nature, beware of the double standards, right? Whatever is unflattering about the female nature. Oh yeah, we don't like that. Now that doesn't, no. That's them being manipulative and trying to teach you how to use overt dread. Because again, it just plays into their shill. It just plays into the grift, right? I was raised Mormon. I left when I was 18. Not even those girls are virgins. I'd say only 20% are true virgins by 20. I don't know if this is true, but I've heard this about Mormons, like the missionaries, like the guys. And I always, whenever they come to the door, I ask them to say, I'm bad. I shouldn't do this. I'm going to go to hell. But when they come to the door and they want to tell me about, Joseph Smith or whatever, I'm like, I look at these kids and I go, this guy's like 19. I think the other kid's maybe like 18, maybe 20, somewhere around there, doing their missionary work, and they have to do it for like 2 years. I know that. But I've also heard, and I can't confirm this, but I've also heard that they can't get married or they can't get with the chicks that they want to get with unless they do that missionary work. So they're like, if a Mormon guy doesn't do his missionary stuff, there's like certain, I don't know, maybe certain people in the Mormon faith who will say, no, you can't marry my daughter because you never went on here. You can't get your rocks off because you didn't do 2 years in the missionary and riding bikes around in the hot sun with your freaking ties. That's you want to talk about manipulation. Who's manipulating who? You got to be in control of your. Well, the only reason they do those missionaries is so that they can get with the chick that they want to. I've been told. I'm not saying that's the way it is. Don't quote me. I'm not a Mormon. It's just what I've heard. Hey Rolo, sorry if the sister company might not work out for the merch I tried. Yeah, I think that was one. I need to find a place that I can do the dog tags and then also do fulfillment for them, because I can't be like sending them out there. We blame women for not thinking long term, but most guys forget relationships. If you start at 30, 35 means you'll be settled ideally for the next 40 to 50 years. It's something to think about all the time. Okay, thank you. Any thoughts on Ross Jeffries? I didn't know about him until some old clips started leaking on Instagram. They're not leaking, by the way. Those clips have been around forever. Stop sending me Ross Jeffries from when he was on Sally Jesse Raphael back in 1993. I met Ross on 2 occasions, and I was a little put off by the guy. He's actually, if you ever look at some of the I don't know if it's still up, but because I'm pretty sure the 21 convention's going defunct. But if you look at some of the old Q&As I did at the 21 convention, I think from 2017 or 2018, Ross was there as well. And he's kind of like the guy that sucks the oxygen out of the room. And I would, if I had to put him if I had to categorize Ross Jeffries, he's kind of like the secret king, in the sense that he expects people to sort of he's almost too smart for his own good. He expects people to recognize his greatness. And that's like kind of part of the secret king dynamic. It's usually gamma male guys who like can't understand like why the world doesn't see them for the genius that they are, and they should be getting laid like tile. He was very much about neurolinguistic programming from back in the day. He was like probably the earliest version of a pickup artist, I guess. And you'll also find a reference to him in Neil Strauss's The Game. So I'm aware of the guy, but I kind of like never really had any kind of connection with him. Same with Owen Cook. Owen Cook's definitely on the spectrum. I would say probably Ross is too, but I haven't had enough contact with him to really determine that. Hey Rolo, what happened to Jedediah and her show? Okay, did you say Jebediah? God damn it, it's not Jebediah, it's Jedediah. I don't know. She hasn't done any new material in like 2 months, and I know she's still in New York, so something's wrong. And the last time I talked to her or I had any kind of contact with her was on the day of my daughter's wedding. I sent her out pictures. I sent out pictures to my friends and everything. And Jedediah is a friend of mine, so I sent her a picture. I just talked to her really briefly, but we didn't talk about like when she was coming back or what was going on with her. I need to talk to her though, because I don't know if she's still going to be doing anything with Valuetainment, because she's been gone for almost over 2 months now. And it was supposed to be like she's getting away to some like retreat in upstate New York or something like that to do mold detoxification. That was a while ago, and all I see is just clips of her stuff, but they're recycled clips from old shows. So I don't know. Jed, if you are watching, please call me up. I would love to talk to you about bringing you to Las Vegas if your contract is over. We will definitely have a spot for you in the new studio, in the new Red One studio. So if you want to use it for your own show, we would love to have you. We would love to host you anyways. So give me a call, or you can call up myself, or you actually just contact me and I'll put you in touch. But we would definitely love to have her as a content creator if she wanted to come to Vegas, but it is Vegas and I know you got a family. So a token of appreciation. Why? Thank you. You know what? You can have one of these. A token of appreciation. I'm curious if y'all read H.L. Mencken's In Defense of Women. No, I have heard of it though. It was my introduction to some red pill ideas, such as men being idealists and romantics. Yeah. Thank you. Love Mencken. I'll look it up for you. I'll go back and look at that. I know somebody referenced me to that at one point. Why do you think so many PUAs and red pill? Okay, we got two. Okay, so I caught up to that. Which way to the gym? That's all you gotta do if you want to see. The lighting in here is not really ideal for this. I'm sorry. Rolo tan. Does Rolo tan? Yes, I get spray tan. Sorry. I disappear into the fucking lights. And I started doing that when we started doing Access Vegas, and it started to become the summertime. And I'm like, man, I'm disappearing under the lights in here. So have you ever called Tom Leykis' show back in the day? Did I ever call it? No, but I watched it all the time. And so, yes, Brittany Venti's correct. I have never made a secret of this, that Tom Leykis was an early, inspiration. So was Patrice O'Neill. So was Mystery. So was, when he was still on his game, Neil Strauss. I could even point fingers at like Owen Cook back when he was back in the day. Yeah, a younger version of Owen Cook. There was a lot of people who were who were really the trailblazers of what we now call the red pill, or back then. I'm not ashamed at all to say, hey, look, hell, I got him here.
Dump that bitch.
I got Tom Leykis as a sound drop. You don't get me. You didn't get me. I've said this. I'm not trying to be fucking Tom Leykis. God forbid, especially now, man. He's kind of lost his mind on the politics and everything. I like Tom. I still do. He probably hates my guts because he calls me that dude in Reno every once in a while. But, I always thought Tom was great, and it opened my eyes to a great many things. I just think his delivery was more about more about showmanship than it was about actually digging into like the nuts and bolts. I've always wanted that. Like when I used to listen to Tom Leykis's terrestrial radio show when he was on KLOS in Los Angeles. And I'd be on my commute home or something like that, and I would listen to him. And at first, it's funny. It's like when I was very blue pilled, I was appalled at this guy. But then I listened to him for a little bit longer, and I go, yeah, maybe this guy's got something to say. And so I started like listening to him a little bit more. And I picked up on a lot of like principles that later, they were germs of ideas that later became something that I would have like long conversations about on the SoSwab boards. And then eventually became blog posts. Like we were talking like 13 years later. So, people want to call me the red pill grandpa. Oh, fine. You know what? I was around when you weren't. I don't care what the fuck. I don't care how old you think I am, dude. I will tell you where it all came from and why you're wrong or why you're right. But no, Tom Likas has always been sort of an I'd say inspiration, but certainly influence at one point. And then he went off air. Then suddenly he lost his gig, or he lost his contract at KLOS. And I think part of that was he couldn't actually go and do his thing anymore. And then I think he tried to do the Howard Stern thing for a little while. He went to like Sirius Satellite, and that didn't work out for him. And then he came back sort of in the internet age, and the rest was history. But I think really his anti-Trump stuff, and it's almost like what's that guy from God, I'm gonna block on his name. The guy who used to be very, very liberal and now, or not very liberal. He was like this ESPN sports guy, and then he started really going anti-Trump and like kind of losing his mind. It's like they call it, what Trump derangement syndrome. I don't know. Who cares? It's kind of too bad. And then people also say, well, Rollo lifted all this stuff from Patrice O'Neill. Patrice O'Neill was only really doing it for tragically, God rest his soul. For a while. I think probably had Patrice lived a bit longer, he might have been more influential in red pill space. Same as like Kevin Samuels. I think Kevin Samuels like really kind of lifted a lot of material from not just me, but from a lot of other people. But he definitely had his influence. And I think had he lived longer, he probably would have been more influential for sure. Dumb question. Okay. Dumb answer. Alice Cooper, Motley Crue, and Def Leppard are coming to my town this week. You think a woman's hypergamy will be in full effect? Yeah. You spelled Def Leppard wrong. I'm going to be that guy. Motley Crue is not what it used to be. Trust me. I would be going, if I went to that show, I would probably just go see Def Leppard. Motley Crue's good, I guess. The thing that's funny, where you will get, you get laid quicker. It's not at that show. Go to see Steel Panther and see the chicks at Steel Panther show. There's a nice cross section. The demographic at that gig is way better. Not my, well, no, I guess it is my scene. I would go see that show. I don't know if somebody gave me tickets to it, I would go. I don't think I would go to Ticketmaster and go, oh, when are they playing? I'll go see Death Angel. I will go make a special trip to go see Death Angel. Ted, I will make a special trip to go see Trivium. I would definitely go see. I know Wacken. I got to say it the German way. Wacken Music Festival was last weekend. Evil Dead, one of my very favorite bands in the world, who I happen to know at least a few of the members of still to this day. I knew them since 1990. And they played at Wacken this year, which I was very happy to see. What else we got going on here? Oh, by the way, let me make a quick public service announcement in case you were wondering. Glenn Lawrence was admitted to the VA hospital on I think it was Friday evening. I think Thor took him to the hospital, and they said that he was there for some observation and stuff because he possibly had a new variant of COVID, and his kidneys were not working the way they should have. He was very dehydrated. And now this just in, Glenn is tired, still in the hospital as of noon today, is on an IV. His phone may be dead. Hopefully he will mend soon. And then somebody said he spoke to me. Actually, I thought I saw Glenn in the chat. He might be watching right now. Glenn, if you're alive, put something in all caps. Let me see if you're still. Keith Olbermann. Yeah, you got that right. Yeah, it was Keith Olbermann. Keith Olbermann and Tom Likas. They suddenly got Trump derangement syndrome out of the blue. I guess it happens to the best of them. What? Crowded with women in their 60s. Yeah, maybe their 50s, 60s. I'm 55, okay? And I could, let's say this. if you are Gen X and suddenly you find yourself single or whatever, you could do worse than to go to like an old school show like that. Still waiting on your collaboration with Phil Labonte from All That Remains. I follow Phil. He follows me. Somebody told me this because I did a live stream from my rehearsal studio yesterday, and because people kept saying, "Oh, Rollo never plays anything for us, play music," so I did, and I was just there doing a Q&A, a real quick Q&A, and somebody said that I needed to like get in touch with Phil from All That Remains and like start a band with like we should start. Phil, if you're watching this, we should start a Red Pill band together. I'd be happy to play with you. In fact, I would love to be able to do like some stuff like the beginning, my intro music to this show. I would love to be able to like pick that back up again. And then by the way, let's see. I'm in the middle of, we're just about done writing, and we're about to go into the studio and record with Trial of Ascension. We have at least 5 songs. I'm trying to convince them to take a 6th right now, but we usually do 4. We have 5 ready to go, and then we'll probably have a 6th if I can convince CJ to do it. All my shit sounds like a Death Angel or old school thrash. That's why. Yeah, Mr. Lawrence, are you here? Are you here with us today? Let's take the Ouija board. Is the spirit of Glenn Lawrence? Is he here today? Or is he among us? I feel like I need to light a candle. Yeah. Okay. I got one more thing I want to get into. Yeah. Don't go there. Still would be a good show, but don't go there. I don't go to shows to like, I play shows and I go see shows of bands who I either know some people that are in them, or I really, really love their music so much that I am willing to buy a ticket and go solo, because pretty much other than Livy, who's a singer in Trial of Ascension, and other than like some of the other, like, well, Jimmy, our bassist, he'd probably go with me. But I'll buy a ticket and just go watch a show by myself, because I really like that. I just love to be there and love to throw around and go crazy, right? Everybody gets down. That's how I get down. Yeah, he'll show up at some point. I got one more thing here that I wanted to look at. Oh, so anyways, I posted another sort of an addendum to Adam Lane Smith's tweet here. Oops, that's not it. I thought it was pertinent to the conversation here. I thought this was funny. Where'd it go? Let me see if I can put this up a little bit different. There we go. Much better. Jay Wallenstonecraft. I never know if anybody's legit anymore. Sorry, I have to second guess everyone's identity these days. But so in my infinite wisdom, I responded to Adam Lane Smith. I said this. I said, who exactly is teaching this? Nobody ever gives me a straight answer. No one ever wants to say my name.
Say my name.
No one ever wants to give you like a definitive who they're talking to, because it's easier to say those red pill guys. And that's really the title of today's show, of course. But there was a time when I think I've actually said it on the show, when a PUA, you're a PUA. Fuck those PUAs. PUAs, oh, I can't believe they're slimy. They're like Leisure Suit Larry from like the 70s, right? How to pick up chicks, right? The PUA as a caricature, as an archetype, was hated by all. You don't want to be like them. Those red pill guys will teach you to be a PUA. And that was the boogeyman for tradcons. It was a boogeyman for the woke. It was a boogeyman for like anybody who just didn't want to be seen as some sort of like slimy, grifter on the take kind of thing. And so you could actually have a red pill product, or you could have a sales funnel of some kind. And as long as you said, hey, I'm not like those PUAs over there, I'm different. Because the PUA archetype, the caricature, is the boogeyman. And if there is no boogeyman, then nobody gets paid. The boogeyman now is those red pill guys or incels, because I think those two terms are used interchangeably right now. Because if you say incel, I think people understand, or they try to at least make that association that those guys are also those red pill guys, those incels. which may as well be those PUAs, which may as well be, those black pill doomers. They all get lumped into one thing because that's the boogeyman. The red pill itself now, as a term, is now the boogeyman. And if there is no boogeyman, nobody gets paid. Okay. So anyways, I asked this, I said, who exactly is teaching this? Because I want to know who the boogeyman is. Who's the boogeyman? Whoa. Who's the boogeyman? And then I started, Evangela says, you'll notice there's no actual rebuttal, no argument. The data is incorrect. Noting, should tell you all you need. Then, of course, J. Wollstonecraft Women, who clearly wrote Frankenstein, right? What data? That 37-year-old men are best suited to 23-year-old women? Why aren't there more 14-year age gaps in couples then? And why do large gaps increase the rate of divorce? How red pill speaks about women divorcing for more for money. Even on average, women are worse off afterwards. Well, I already clarified that freaking misconception last week. But if you'd like me to go back over it, I would, Mrs. Wollstonecraft. Again, I have to say, look, I have to point out, look, I've been talking about this since 2012, 2013. So of course, I bring up the infamous, oops, wait, not that one. That's where I got that. Hold on a second. I bring up the infamous graph, right? And of course, everybody goes, oh, this is unscientific. Yeah, it was meant to be. But boy, has it ever been backed up over the course of, I don't know, the last 13 or 14 years, right? I want to address this one part here. And it is in reference to what she was saying before, because this is a common misperception. And I always, here we are like dispelling all of these. And I want to bring out this old chestnut, which is, I'm going to stop sharing that. And I am going to start sharing this one. So why don't we see more 23-year-old girls getting with 36, 37-year-old guys? Well, I'll tell you why, because I covered this back in October of 2014. Boy, that Rollo's got quite the archive. Yeah, maybe he actually has something to say. Maybe he's been doing this for quite some time. Why is he so obsessed? This was a good one. Now, this was from Validation Hunting and the Jenny Bond Epiphany. I can explain that to you, the title, but it's deep down in here, buried is of course, the sexual market value graph here. Okay. Now, I'm just going to read you the quick version of this so we can get going here. The men are blamed for the negative consequences of women's sexual strategy. It helps to blunt the painful truths that Jenny Bond, you don't know who she is, honestly confronting her article at 30 years old. Now, this also dovetails into what is the wall about. Okay. So this was my infamous sexual market value graph, which you guys probably already seen before. Although I've gone into explaining the loose metrics I've based this graph on several occasions, I've added some new arrows here to illustrate the point that gets missed or simply blown over because the truths it represents aren't very flattering. Women would rather men not be aware of their own sexual market value potential prior to women being able to consolidate upon their sexual strategy. Meaning, women want you to be dumb when you hit 30. They want you to be stupid when you are 29 through 31 years old. Okay? Popular culture never presumes women are validation hunting when they're enjoying their peak sexual market value potential at 23, or by order of degree, indulging that opportunity with men while they're at their peak. Women are acculturated to feel empowered by their sexuality, and really no guy who wants to bang a hot 23-year-old woman is ever going to rebuke her for it, much less develop social conventions to limit their odds of doing so. However, men enjoy sexual market value peak in their mid to late 30s. This is what Wollstonecraft was getting at. By default, and presume to be vindicating themselves and validating their fragile egos by dating younger women. Okay, that was really what the whole pre-thing was. So I move on here, and I talk about a little bit more about why I come to the conclusions that I do with the original graph. But here we go. If there's any validation for sexual market value peaked men, it's less about the sense of deserving a hot piece of ass or vindication for the women of his peer age who found him sexually invisible until he hit his peak, and more about validation in the new self-awareness that he finally is in a position of choosing and qualifying women for his intimacy rather than being filtered for his own. Okay. Now, about these arrows, where did I go with that? Now, this was, did I have those loaded up? Let me see here. Aha, here we go. This is, damn it, did I not throw this on there? I'll just put it on the side here. Hang on one second. This is the graph, and you kind of have to look at it in a larger scale. So let me stop sharing this, and I'll put this on for you. This was the graph that I was talking about. Now, I'll share that screen, go to there. Okay. All right, so this was the graph itself. This is the same graph. It's the same graph as the other one that I had before, although what I did was I pointed these things out. Okay, so you've got can I see that? Yeah, so you got the peak sexual market value for women at 23, and you have the peak sexual market value for men at about 38. I think I put it out here, probably stupidly, maybe 36. Okay, so right about 30 is where there's the comparative SMV. The peak span years from 23 to a man at 38 was about 15 to 16 years. Okay. So this right here is where in this like sort of window here is where men and women really come together and they form relationships, right? Long-term relationships anyways. So you've got the comparative SMV, you've got the peak SMV, and you've got this peak SMV. Okay. Now, why did I do this? Because there's this, and I elaborated this in the actual article itself, which I'll come back to in a minute. But I pointed out in the article is that the mistake that women make, that Mary Wollstonecraft, whatever, is making here as well, is presuming that this graph means that 23-year-old chicks want to get, marry, fuck, whatever, 36, 38-year-old guys. No, it doesn't. They are mutually exclusive. Those graphs are only meant to show what the comparative sexual market value is. That doesn't mean that 23-year-old chicks should be wanting to get with 36-year-old guys. No, all it says is that at their peak potential, at their peak sexual market value that occurs during these times. Now, again, do I have to repeat myself? Statistically speaking, women want to and do get with guys who are anywhere between 3 to 7 years older than they are. That's what they're looking for. Expressed, researched, statistically, that's how it works. Does that mean that they actually do that? They would like to, right? Now, they might marry someone 2 to 3 years older than them. They're always looking for a guy who is older than them in some way, shape, or form. Some people will say, well, here's the stats that show that women only marry guys who are like 2 to 3 years older than them. Okay, that's one data point. There's other ones that show that they prefer a guy between 3 to 7 years older than they are. Average 5 years. Okay, I don't think that is some outrageously new, novel idea. Okay, because on some level of consciousness, women understand that it takes longer for a man to mature into his peak potential. They know this. That's why they do everything in their power to exploit and to use that sexual market value agency that they have from the time they're 18 to 28, that window right there. When I remind women that men's peak potential is right around 36, 37, they lose their fucking minds, because when they hit 29 to 31 years old, just like Kate McCucci and Garfunkel and Oates were singing about, when they get into that, and it's a funny skit on YouTube, there's a reason it's funny. There's a reason for that, because that's the window, the epiphany phase window right there, where women are going, man, I really need to get with a guy. I need to find a man with benefits. I need somebody for the long term. My expiration date is coming up. My wall I'm about to hit. Does that mean that they are going to hit that wall? No, it means they're thinking about it. The wall doesn't start here. All you red pill haters, it starts here. That's where the wall begins. There are plenty of women who are very good looking into their late 30s and early 40s. The wall is already here for those women. Again, the store is called Forever 21, not Forever 41. Ha ha, yuck, yuck. Okay, that's the truth of it. So when somebody says something as ignorant as this, I remember, I covered this in 2014. I covered this fucking criticism in 2014. Just because you don't know that doesn't mean we're fucking wrong. Just because you're confident in your ignorance doesn't mean we've already covered this shit before. You are late to the fucking party, like in this case, like 9 years late to the party. Please, if you're going to come at me, if you're going to come at the red pill, if you're going to come at any of these premises, at least do me the solid and look up. All you have to do is type it into the fucking search engine. Has Rollo ever talked about this? Yes, I have. In fact, that's the running joke on Rule Zero and everybody I associate with. There's an essay for that. Of course there is. I've been writing essays since like 2009. Like, I'm not an idiot. I have covered this for forever. Red Pill never talks about. No. We do talk about that. I have talked about that. Who is the Red Pill? Tell me who you're talking about, for fuck's sake. Because I want to know who you're talking about so I can go correct them and not you. That's what I need to do. I got to go when some Red Pill representative shits the bed. I got to go change the sheets. For fuck's sake. Tell me who. I'm not even going to throw it back on you. I just want to know who you're talking about. What data? Whack. You can show this graph as many times as you like. Change the fact that 23-year-old women overwhelmingly pair up with five. That's not what it says. That's not what we talk about, you fucking moron. And it's funny. You can tell this dude did not read even this, because if you had, he wouldn't have this take. SMV and Girl World. I put it there. Read it, for fuck's sake. Would you rather I write this very long diatribe and put it into like the extended character set on X, Twitter X? I could do that too if you'd like. Maybe then you would take it seriously. It's one click away. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Evangelist. This is not the point of the graph. Oh, it's like talking to special needs children. I even threw this one out there, Sex License Statistics, which covers exactly what she was talking about. Why aren't there more women in their early 20s choosing to be with mid-30s men? Because that's not what it's about, you dumb cunt. That's not what the whole thing's about. It's a false premise. Fuck's sake. Okay, so I had to make an example. I had to make an example of them for this for the sake of argument here. Now, last but not least, I got into, where does it go? Oh, that was Adam's post. I have one more here. Well, that was Vangelis. I have one more that I got to dig up here. I apologize for this, but I got into it with a viral tweet. I don't say it's a viral tweet. Maybe it is viral. Is it viral? But it qualifies as a viral tweet these days, anyways. Let me see if I can go dig this. Oh, it was in. I've done this before, and you guys have probably seen me do this before. Here we go. All right, there you go. All right, so I have actually said this before on several occasions. I have actually said this, and I looked at like what is sort of trending in like tradcon world. And there's really this hate on pornography. That's why I also put those other videos up here earlier, like pornography. You jerk off to pornography, you're cheating. Oh, okay. And then I said this, and am I trying to agitate? Yes, I'm trying to agitate. But because I knew what I was going to get into, and I'm like, this would make some really good like show fodder. So I threw this out there. I apologize for being like salacious here, but I'll just show you the tweet. You've heard me say this before. Here we go. One very simple tweet. Okay. Porn has prolonged more marriages than it has ever destroyed. Just left it at that. Knowing damn well I was going to get a lot of engagement on this. Now I'm going to look at what are the stats on this at this point? 453,000 views, 117 reposts, 237 quotes, 1362 likes, and 141 bookmarks. 141 bookmarks. Damn. Okay. Yeah, they're going to somebody's keeping that. Remember when you said porn prolonged marriage and more? Now people lose their fucking minds. I love this. What's the premise behind this? Prove your statement here, mister. And I love it because I have so many people that will back me up on this too. Like, married men use porn to relieve the sexual urges because of their wives don't give them sex anymore. Oh, okay then. And then, by the way, this little quote here, according to Barna Research, this is who I quoted for. I quoted this stat, by the way, in my fourth book, In Religion. According to Barna Research, 68% of church-going men and more than 50% of pastors regularly view porn. Statistically, porn fills the void in sexless marriages for men, thus prolonging an unsustainable marriage. Directly quoted from The Rational Male Religion, published and copyright 2021. God, Rolo, world needs leaders like you, man. Keep rocking. I will, man. I'll keep rocking. That's not I said, and then again, I try to hedge my bets here a little bit because I know how this is going to be taken. That's not a tacit endorsement of porn. It's a sedation for men, as I've mentioned countless times before. It's just simple pragmatism, right? What made those marriages sexless to begin with? Well, it must be the guy's fault, right? All right. But I love this shit. Like, okay, Red Pill Thor backs me up. Somehow you're a coomer who's married. A coomer. Aren't we supposed to use that in November when it's like NoFap November? Coomers come out, right? Which is worse. Not everything you read on Twitter is advice, catharsis, or an endorsement. Please update your software. I know damn well that it's going to be taken. Now, of course, now we've got to throw out the Jews, of course. Let's keep going. Rational Male, why are you doing this? You know, you're endorsing this. I think what's funny is this is this whole thread here. And there's like so many people who responded to this. You know, it's the Catholics. Oh, it's the Jews. Oh, no, this only prolongs degeneracy. No, you don't. Like, is it that hard to get people to think? Is it really that hard? Apparently, yes. I knew damn well it would be. Quite honestly, I know where this was going to go because I've done this before. Nice try. I'm not touching that stuff anymore. Like what? Like I tried to get you to jerk off. Oh, good. Let's see. Oh, we got the religious set that comes out. Blah blah blah. There's simply no way you can substantiate this claim. It's not meant to be substantiated. But what's funny in all of this? I guess you didn't see that. Hold on a second. Let me push this up. I'm not trying to substantiate anything here. What I'm doing is pointing out the pragmatic fact that the reason why guys, like especially married men, resort to pornography is because they're not getting laid or not getting something that they are the sex that they are now limited to in that marriage, in that state. So when people like lose their shit on Mike Sartain for like having his like open marriage, or even Destiny, I'll throw him a bone, even Destiny and Molina, right? People want to say, oh, I can't believe that's not real marriage, blah, 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 blah. Right? Well, whatever your arrangement is, I think that's the operative state here. But anyways, the whole pornography thing, everybody loses their minds when we talk about porn because it goes against the ortho bro / trad con grift. That's the culture war, the moral degeneracy war. Come on, guys, pick up your cross and follow me. That's going to be the battle cry very soon here. But you go and you throw that out there, and it's the funny thing is like I'm not endorsing porn with that. Neither was I endorsing you to go get a vasectomy when I put that out there. But I will tell you once again, if you say something like this, if you put this in, by the way, you want a viral tweet, there you go. You want to make some Elon bucks, that's how you do it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I am not above that. Not now, anyways. You want to make some Elon bucks, and I make it off of TradCon goofs who don't who don't want to who have no critical thinking skills, you're goddamn right. I'll make some money off of you. For sure. No problem.
You're goddamn right.
Yeah. Because you're idiots. And you know why you're idiots? Because you jump to conclusions, because you need to be told how to think. You need to be told how to feel. Well, what should I feel about this? How can Rollo ever substantiate this? Well, all I have to do is point out the fact that in all likelihood, the guys who are jerking off, who are married, who are jerking off to porn, are doing so because they're not because they need some, they can't control themselves. They can't, they're married and their wives are just like sucking their dicks going, oh, wow, I wonder why he's still looking at porn. If you're in a sexually satisfied, like most guys who are in a good relationship, they're not looking at porn. They don't have to. They're getting the good cooking at home. Okay. But the reason I put that out there, and by the way, this is this is probably like the 9th or 10th time I've ever like got into this again. It seemed like a good time to get back into it, to reheat this. I said this on Pat Campbell's terrestrial radio show back in 2019. And as you might guess, his very conservative base audience lost their shit. And I said, well, think about it from this perspective. I said, if a guy is in a sexless marriage, if guys are in they're staying in it for the kids as they are, or like, as I said before, guys will find the red pill and they'll say, Rollo, how come, how do I get my wife to have sex with me again? And I will write, 4 or 5 chapters in a book about it. No, that nobody will read. I can go to those extents, but I can't get the attention. I can't get eyes on the screen unless I make some sort of really bold statement like that. So it opens up a dialogue. But, most guys don't want to. They don't want to get divorced. They don't want to leave their wives. They love their wives. They just want their wives to fuck them. And if you want the stats, I'll give you the stats. I've got them right here. But, husbands are more into sex than wives are. Yes, this is true. Would you like me to show you the stats? I'll go dig them up here in a second. The long and the short of this whole thing is that pornography keeps marriages together. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying this is the mathematics of this. This is the pragmatism of this. So if a guy is in a sexless marriage, like the guy who I was mentioning before, the guy who on the divorce attorney was talking about one of his clients who was going and getting the hand jobs, and that was like the end of the relationship because she found out that he was getting hand jobs. Well, the reason why is because he'd been in a sexless marriage for 10 years. Well, he was cheating. But I guess by the technical sense he was, but like what prompted that? What pushed him to that point? Well, he should have tried to get it with his wife. Well, apparently that wasn't working. Apparently it was a better idea to stick with it. And, rather than the way he solved his problem was to go to see, massage therapists. And then so what happens is you get this dialogue back and forth. Well, if he was a real man, he would have done better. He would have figured it out. He would have had a communication with his wife. He would have said, honey, go get some lube and jerk me off. She should have been doing that. Well, it's a problem with her. And of course, anytime there's a problem in a relationship, it's always the man's fault. So if she cheats, his fault. He cheats, his fault. So I would argue, and again, do I have stats to specifically back this up? No, I don't. But I'm just thinking that pragmatically speaking, it makes sense that if a guy is jerking off and finding his sexual needs met by pornography, then the likelihood of him staying in that otherwise sexless, intolerable relationship is much greater than if he didn't have pornography as a recourse. Like, how is that not? Well, why is that such a hard step to get past? Because that's all this is about. But if Rollo Tomasi says it, Rollo's endorsing porn. No, I've never endorsed porn. In fact, I've talked against it for a long time. Find any of my you can go look in my religion in my 4th book. I say, look, you want to know why we have such listless, lazy, rudderless, lost boy children today, young men today, is because they're sedated. Rollo, what would you tell? What advice would you give an 18-year-old guy? Get out, lose your sedations. Whatever is sedating you, whatever's keeping you down, and for the most part, that's porn. I say exactly that. Exactly that. Stop taking your prescription, opioids. Stop smoking weed. Well, people really didn't want to hear that, right? It's fine. I'd say stop taking opioids. They're okay with that. Stop smoking weed. Oh man, weed really is an existence expanding for me. Stop drinking. Get to the fucking gym. Stop eating. Start eating clean. And stop jerking off to porn. Whatever your scale, or stop playing video games. Whatever it is. Oh, Tradcons just jump all over that when I say, hey, it's sedation. But if I go and I say, pornography keeps marriages, I didn't say it was healthy. I just said it prolongs those marriages. I choose my words very, very carefully. Is that a tacit endorsement of it? No, it's pointing out the reasons why. And you know why people want to insert their own feelings about that is because it's degeneracy, or it reminds them of the fact that their wives don't want to fuck them. Just like that guy. I promise I will never look at another woman. I will never stroke off the porn. I will never look at her. That guy wants to take it above it. It's like this escalation. It's not enough to not look at the girls on the Instagram. It's not enough to jerk off the porn. It's not enough. Now I actually have to burn my eyes out so I don't look at another woman, and I only ever have sex. I only ever have eyes for my wife. It's like this competition, and it's absolutely lunacy. And the reason why I'm pointing this out is because you can expect a whole lot more of this coming in the next 18 months, guaranteed. Oh, Rollo's, he endorses vasectomies and he thinks porn's a great idea. No, I don't. You're the idiot that's putting your judgment call and your feelings into it. What the experiment is about is not about porn. It's about how you're reacting to that. I'm an agent provocateur. It's how you're reacting to what I've written here, what I put down. My experiment is looking at the reactions. No, I'm just trying to provide you with the solution. I'm just telling you, I'm explaining a dynamic. And I tried to do it, by the way, devoid of any negative or positive included in that. Pornography has prolonged more marriages than it has destroyed. You can't possibly think that. No, I can pretty much point out the mechanics of it. You can disagree with me about that, but they won't. Because the first impetus is Rollo, he's enforcing, he endorses pornography. I know a lot of porn stars. I think they're great people too. Most of them are anyways. They're honest. When a whore knows she's a whore, she's the most honest person you can ever meet. She will definitely have a heart-to-heart conversation with you. And that's just the way it is. Wait, let me see. There.
Well, I'm a whore.
Yeah, see? Even Maury, or was it, Jerry Springer knew back in the day. I saw this. Ironically, I think Dennis Prager has more or less said the same thing about pornography as Rollo. Yeah. Why are you not burning down his house? Okay, let me get to the rest of these here. What did you just give me? Okay. Off topic. I've never asked you, but did you listen to the album I sent? Yes, I did, actually. It wasn't too bad. I liked it. Never expected Gavin McInnes will do a hit piece on you, but maybe it's because of a woman going through a divorce in the woods. Is he doing a hit piece on me? Why would he do a hit piece on me? Is he doing? I'm unaware of it. I don't even know Gavin McInnes knows my name. Win for Rollo Rants. Thank you. Viral shorts became YouTube. Oh, thank you very much. You are a winner, my friend. You are a winner in my book. Rollo, excellent conversation with Chronic and Dio. And do me a favor and tell Ryan to eat a dick. Ryan, eat a dick. There you go. If in case you wonder what he's talking about, I actually was asked by Undead Chronic and Angry Man. I was on Angry Man, Undead Chronic, and Sandman were on, and they just wanted to ask me about what was going on with the Lauren Southern, Brittany Venti, Destiny love triangle. And I just read them what I had. I just went through it. So you guys can go check it out. It wasn't too bad. I had to bail because it was going on kind of long. And by the way, Glenn got sick during that whole time. So that's why I had to leave, guys, in case you were wondering. Any Dr. Orion pods planned in the future? I'm going to reach out to him. There's two people that I would really like to get on Access Vegas. So I can get them out to Vegas. I want to get Orion Taraban out, and I want to get Dr. Godsod, not together, but I would like to get them independently. I think it would be kind of cool. So see if I can do that. Napalm Death Show. Yes. Was it cattle dismemberment, cattle, forget what it was. All right, so that is that. I'm going to stop sharing that window. There we go. All right, let's see. Do I have anything else for you today? Don't forget the, do not forget Rules for Radicals, because I think that a lot of what we're going to see in the coming months is going to be very, very based on a lot of that. A lot of hate comes from that. False premise hate too. Let's see. I got that. Validation hunting is out. Rules for Radicals. Rules for Radicals. I got to go and reread that book again. Okay, that's good. That's good. Anything else? I should read you some more of the responses to that one. That was just, it's too good. But like, again, am I provoking? Yes, I'm provoking. But the fact of the matter is too many people just simply want to insert their own meanings. Here's a good one here. Evolutionary starting point. A woman looks for a mate who can provide security and protection for her and her offspring. Now, think about this in respect to like what Adam Lane Smith was talking about. Now, that's the evolutionary starting point. That's what we talk about. This is what the normative assumptions taken from that starting point. This is what they believe that the red pill really kind of like over extrapolates. Women are materialistic. Women are gold diggers. Men need to become alpha males and have to attract abundance to themselves to then attract women who are materialistic and gold diggers. Women are only attracted to strong men, not to pussies and soft boys. Well, yeah. So really what this is it's the objective analysis of a dynamic. Woman looks for a mate who can provide security and protection for her and her offspring. Okay. Well, she's also looking for a guy who's hot, a guy who looks like a good premium sexual adventure on top of the benefits, like the benefits aspect, which is, provisioning, protection, and parental investment. Yeah. But see, now what happens is then you over extrapolate. Women are materialistic. Women are gold diggers. No, women are opportunistic. It doesn't necessarily mean they're materialistic. Are they gold diggers? Some are. Women who are like more comfortable in revealing the game are. I would also say women are clout diggers too, especially right now. Are they all like that? No. Not all women are like that. Got it? Understood. But again, it's not that every woman will, it's that any woman can. People, like, if you ever had, I don't think I've ever seen any red pill critic have that presented to them. Like if you said, it's not that every woman will, it's that any woman can. If you go and you throw that out there, I wonder how they would like react to something like that. Because I don't see what the comeback is to that, honestly, because that's really the basis of it. And I think one of the reasons why you have these guys who want to throw out like those red pill guys, those nebulous red pill guys over there in the fog somewhere. I mean, you can really say my name. At the very least, that guy, what's his name? The blonde kid, what the fuck is his name now? Mackin Murphy. At the very least, if you're going to fuck me around and like take me out of context, at least he was flashing my name or flashing my face, right? I mean, it's ludicrous and it's stupid because he's talking about like, oh, this is what the red pill guys believe. Red pill guys flashes a picture of me really quick, or does the same thing with Myron really quick. Doesn't mention our names, just says those red pill guys. Like, would it kill you to say Rolo says this? Because that's what you're implicating. That's what you're alluding to, right? You're the innuendo, Rolo, and not so blatant innuendo. At least say my name. At least say Rolo says this, because that's what you're implying with something like that. And I'm not implying that. And they won't have that conversation because they would love to have that conversation with me because they would love to be on the show. They would love for me to like address them and then give them clout and give them fucking legitimacy for correcting them. And I could do that, I suppose. But is it worth my while? Is it worth more to me to correct that and call that out live in public? Am I going to sell more books as a result of that? Or is that guy going to get more clout and more legitimacy for coming on the show? Who needs who the most? That's why I laughed. I had to laugh. I laughed my ass off when when I remember when Sneeko was like, he didn't want to do the debate with me and Destiny and Mike Sartain, and then he did, and then he didn't, and then he came back on again and did a full up video about like why he wasn't going to show up to the debate, because he thought, oh, I'm not going to debate that guy, that old guy. He needs me more than I need him, right? Or he's just trying to clout jack me. I'm like, I was coming in anyways. Show. I wanted him to be there. I really did. But dude, do you know why? Do you know how long I've been doing this shit? You need me for clout. No, I really don't. We have two different demographics, my friend. I need to butter up X-Ray Girl again. Why? I love X-Ray Girl. Just something happened. I love X-Ray Girl. I gave X-Ray Girl a very nice collectible Space Marine model when I saw her in June, May. Can't remember. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, then he left early. Yeah, then he ducked out, sneak out. But I mean, we had I talked to him and that was it. But again, even after that, you're still going to get. People are still going to want to reinforce the bullshit. Like of course, did I see this thing with him in Sartorial Shooter? Of course I did. Again, mischaracterizing what I say because they don't know what they're talking about, but they know what plays. They know what plays. They want to reinforce an impression of what it is that they want me to be the enemy. I'll be happy to be the enemy. Bring it. Let's go. That's what you want to know why I went on Dr. Phil? Because I knew damn well they wanted the devil. I even wore my Lucifer Morningstar outfit for that. I knew what they wanted. I know what you want too. You're not going to demonize me any more than I'm already demonized. I'll be happy. You want me to be the devil? I'll be happy to be the devil. Let's go. Used to it, man. That's here's the role. Rolo gets to play. Yep, let's go. I'm good at it. Very good at it. What is this? Hold on. What is this? This is pretty good. Let me throw that one on there. Rolo, what are your thoughts on the unconscious blue pill idealistic dreams? After someone puts the red pill lens, do they go away after you fully unplug? No, the red pill lens is always on. I've done this before. I did a full video on the stages of unplugging. But the problem is like if you look at guys like Corey Wayne, you look at guys like certainly Adam Lane Smith. I don't know who else. I'm trying to think of names to sort of like people who want to sort of have the conversion therapy, like, oh, it's okay. We know you were in that red pill cult. We'll come and do an extradition, or we'll do an intervention and bring you here, and we'll recondition you and deprogram you from the cult that was the red pill. Okay. Those guys used to be red pill dudes, right? And so now their grift is like they've come full circle, right? Now they're purple pill. Now they're whatever pill, right? And when I see that happening, I know what the past was. I know what their grift is going to be when they're trying to sell something to other guys. Like I get criticized for like trying to like shill books or something like that, but nobody's going to criticize these guys for shilling that stuff. But again, the red pill lens stuff. Yeah, the idea is that you can sort of reintegrate yourself, or you can. It's like Cypher in the Matrix, right? You can be replugged back into the Matrix and make me someone important. I don't want to remember nothing. Ignorance is bliss. Make me important. And of course, the Smith agents are like, anything you want. Which is, on the surface of it, it was kind of ludicrous at the time, but you don't take the red pill lenses off. So even if you said, you know what, I think it's a cult, I'm done, you would have to do some serious gaslighting of yourself to not see things in a red pill lens anymore. Once you start seeing things in the world around you in a red pill lens, you will always see it that way. Even if you are ignoring it, even if you're like willfully in denial about things, you're still going to see it happen. And it might not be with the girl you're with. It might be your best friend's girl. It might be your dad's new, like your stepmom or whatever. And you will see it with your friends. If it's not in your life, you'll see it happen. Like you'll see something happen with a celebrity. You'll see Steven Crowder, right? Now everybody wants to make him the devil. Oh, he's actually got 3 lovers on the side. Good Christian guy. I always wonder, like, what is the arrangement between Candace Owens and Andrew Tate, and the arrangement between Candace Owens and Steven Crowder's ex-wife, and then Steven Crowder, like, because she just wants to demonize the living fuck out of Steven Crowder, but like Tate's her best friend. On AV Access Vegas, thank you very much. Every Thursday, the woman on the left of Troy didn't understand the message in movies like Barbie do affect our thinking. Then why has the media been ruining franchises? It's funny you should say that, 2-bit user. I was trying to get that out. The producers of media believe in social constructionism. They do, but my point should have been this. And I of course, there's so much crosstalk, and then I'll lose a thought, right? I lose my train of thought when it's like this back and forth and shit. It sounds like this. Wait. It sounds like this.
Tell that bitch to be cool. Say, be cool. Be cool. Say, be cool.
That's Access Vegas. That's basically Access Vegas. Or it was last Thursday. When that's happening, that cacophony, that you're going to lose your train of thought. Sorry. My train of thought was this, though, at the time was I should have pointed out, like, if you look at shows like the all-female version of Ghostbusters, or even like Star Wars, like a beloved franchise, the nostalgia factor. I mean, that's basically what Barbie was the nostalgia factor. And movie producers know that people are going to go watch it because it's the Barbie movie. Remember Barbie? Fuck yeah, let's go see it. Feminism, patriarchy, fuck Ken, cut your dick off. Right? Can we use nostalgia because if the woke, if that element, whatever you want, I don't care who you think it is, but if that element really was trying to do something like creative, like original, nobody would go see the movie. No one would care. Oh, it's a movie about aliens and private eyes and mercenaries and blah, blah, blah. And then all it is, it's like something you've never heard of before. Maybe you give it a chance, maybe you don't. But then you do that, and all it is just smuggling ideological wokeism into it. You wouldn't go see that, but you would go see the Barbie movie with all that crap, smuggled in. There's a concept, and I think it was the guy from Rationality Rules who brought this. He coined this term, I think. Pretty sure. It might have been, maybe it was Christopher Hitchens or Richard Dawkins, but it was called Jesus smuggling. And so when somebody wanted to argue for or against the existence of God, and it's like atheism versus creationism or something. They wanted to argue the points of atheism or something, and then they would bring in there would be this really good rational conversation for the first like 20-30 minutes, and then suddenly it becomes this like, I'm going to witness to everybody in the crowd, and it was basically what he called Jesus smuggling. And that's one example of smuggling. So like Barbie is smuggling, it's ideologically smuggling in feminism and patriarchy and all this wokeism and all the messaging, all this leftist messaging, all of this, very, progressivist messaging that goes into it. But you wouldn't go see it if you didn't have the plastic veneer of Barbie on it. You wouldn't go see a movie that was about all of those ideological ideas if it didn't look like Star Wars. You wouldn't go see a movie that was expressly about like that wokesy progressivist bullshit if it didn't look like Transformers or something you were familiar with. So it's smuggling in, it's nostalgia smuggling, I guess. It's like ideologically trying to force fit the shit in there. It has nothing, like they'll have the unnecessarily gay character because that's part of the smuggling. The plot doesn't hinge on whether or not there's a heterosexual couple or a homosexual couple. I'm looking at I've been watching Foundation, which I really like because it's Isaac Asimov, but like the way that they do it, it smuggles in a bunch of shit. It smuggles in homosexuality. It smuggles in, and again, I don't care if you're gay or you're not. But the fact that those characters are gay does not, it makes no sense in terms of the plot. It could just as very well have been like a male and a female instead it's a male and a male, right? It could be that the plot doesn't hinge on that. And so the idea is instead of, well, we want to be, we want everybody to normalize this and think about this. That's just smuggling that ideology into what would otherwise be a great space opera, a great fucking story, but it's unnecessarily like thrust into that. Again, whether the gay aspect makes no difference. The plot doesn't move along as it doesn't hinge on that. In fact, if anything, the plot will be better if it was a heterosexual couple rather than the homosexual couple. I agree with Myron. All women are digging for gold, just some have a bigger shovel. Okay. Would you like me to explain to you what a gold digger is? Remember what I just said a moment ago about how women love opportunism. The women's concept of love is based on opportunism, and men's concept of love is based on idealism. So that also translates into the transactional nature of sex and the validational nature of sex. It also translates into the gold digging thing versus like, people will always say, and Cappy actually, Aaron Clary has like cornered me on this a couple times. Eventually, even the most validational like relationships become transactional. Like if you get married and it's all based on love and sex and genuine desire, and then suddenly your wife gets a promotion and she's making like 10 times the amount of money that you are, now it becomes transactional. So there's a possibility that your relationship is going to be stressed or tested by the fact that women's concept of love is always going to be based on, can this guy support me? Is this guy is he somebody that I admire? Can I look up to this guy? And if the case was that before she could, and now after the promotion she can't, that's going to put a stress on the relationship because of that opportunistic nature. Okay. That doesn't mean they're evil. That doesn't mean they're manipulative. That doesn't mean they're gold diggers. That doesn't mean, insert the whatever Adam Lane Smith thinks that the red pill says. It just is what it is. How you deal with that is different. Like guys say, well, my wife makes lots more money than I do, and we have a great relationship. Yeah, because you look like Jason Momoa. Because you lay down the good dick. That's why there's something that offsets that deficit. you might say, well, because if you were like physically the same, and there was like sort of like your sexual market value is like very similar, and then she gets the promotion and you're still working at your 9-to-5 day job in the office, it's going to put stress on it at the very least. So, but so what is a gold digger? A gold digger is a woman who embraces that and is open about it. In fact, you want to know why women hate other gold diggers? Because they're giving away the game. They're giving away the mechanics behind all of it. They're giving away, they're making it obvious that women's concept of love is based on opportunism. Women will not allow themselves to emotionally invest in a man unless he meets certain criteria. That's the opportunism right there. It's not meant to be like, we think of opportunism and we have a negative connotation. I get it. It's not meant to be like women are all bitches. That's not what I mean. I'm just saying that the opportunism is always going to be there. And by the way, there's nothing wrong with that. It is in women's biological evolutionary best interests to be that way. Men get really upset about that. And you know why they get upset? Because they think that women should share their idealistic concept of love. She should just love me for me. No, she shouldn't. Because you're never going to get to the point where there's going to be a love connection if you don't meet certain criteria, because you don't get your foot in the door. She might fuck you. You might lay down the good D, and that might change your mind about a few things. The thing is like, if you're not bringing like a certain level or a certain few of those checklists to the table, she's not going to invest in you. Not in the long term anyway. So saying that all women are gold diggers, I wouldn't say they're all gold diggers, but they are all opportunistic. Their concept of women's concept of love is based on opportunism, which is rooted in hypergamy because women are interested in survival. They're the vulnerable sex. And even if they're not in 2023, the machine is still from 100,000 years ago on the sub-Saharan African savannas, making the same decisions. I forget where I read this, but I thought it was really kind of poignant. I think it might have been in Positive Evolutionary Psychology, the book I've been reading, but there's a there's this idea anyways that I forget whose quote this was, but the idea is this, is that we are still the same animals, the same human beings. We're still the same animals as we were more or less from like 100,000 years ago, living in hunter-gatherer tribes, but we live in medieval, I know it was on that divorce attorney, I think, said this, but we live in these medieval institutions like marriage, or we live in these medieval level societies, and we have godlike technology. We have the cell phone, we have the internet. So you're looking at critters that are still like biomechanically, the machine is still what it was back in our ancestral past. We live in institutions that are medieval or maybe a little bit more advanced than that, but then we also have godlike technology. And we're trying to figure out how to process and digest all that, and how to best, form best practices about that. And it's very, very difficult to do for human beings. So and by the way, so that difficulty, that paradox is translated over into, well, all women are opportunistic. Human beings are like this. Human nature is thus, right? We have the concept of that human nature based on those three things. We're still the machine, the institutions, and the technology. So I'm still I'm still reading into that. I'm still kind of trying to suss that out. I might write a Substack article about that at some point. But I think it's kind of fascinating. I don't think that women are all gold diggers, but I think that the ones who are gold diggers ruin the strategy of the women who would rather they shut up. Very few women can be open gold diggers, for lack of a better term. Like women who are exceptionally attractive and they are obviously with a guy they're only with the guy for the money. That girl's a gold digger. Women will ostracize her. Why would that be? Because she's giving away the game. That's why. Do you know any resources about getting zeroed out and how to deal with eventual baby mamas? Currently fighting against a campaign of abusing the legal system to destroy me as dad. I'm near zeroed out. The best thing I can give you is, Sammy, if you would be so kind, can you link my article to zeroed out for him? That's the best thing I can do, is I could give you that, what I've written about it. Should Constantine Valdor be the next major return 40K? No. I don't think so. I think Sanguinius should be the next major return. All right. So let's see. I think we're probably about done. And let's see. Glenn is tired. Okay. Do I have anything? Good deal. I only got a text around noon. Okay. I'm just trying to get an update on Glenn Lawrence. All right, guys. I'm done. I am exhausted and my fucking shoulder kills me right now. Ugh. Okay. So there we go. What else do I have to do? I will, assuming I'm not sick, I will be in Vegas again to do Access Vegas on Thursday. I don't know what's going on with Glenn Lawrence. I'll keep you guys updated on that. I am hopefully going back up to Tahoe tomorrow, assuming I'm well enough. I think I'm all right. I feel okay. And that's going to be that. Oh, guess what? You get to go into timeout. Bye, motherfucker. You're in my world. I will ban you. If Sam doesn't, I will get you for. Wait. Here you go. This is for you.
Bye, Felicia.
Hey, at the 0 hour. Nice of you to show. Nice of you to join us. There we go. Thank you, people. Oh, here you get another one. Thank you. Much appreciated as always. The patron saint of the rational male, PP, has decided to grace us with his presence today. Thank you. At the 0 hour. What's this? Henry Cavill quitting The Witcher on Netflix. Wonder why? Yeah, because it got woke and it's going broke. But the good news, the silver lining, is that Henry Cavill. People say I pronounce his name wrong. It's Cavill, right? I think it's Cavill with an E. Cavill. Is doing Warhammer 40,000. Is doing a Warhammer 40,000 series. I don't know if is it for Amazon Prime? I don't know how he's doing. I don't know who got the rights to it. Very, very. I'm stoked. I hope they don't fuck it up. But Henry's in it, so it's got to be good, right? He'll take care of us. Henry Cavill, man. I've seen interviews of him. Like he'll be like on just like regular entertainment shows, and somebody will ask him about his hobbies, and he'll just go off. Hey man, I'm playing was it Space Wolf? No, what does he play? He plays Adeptus the Constantine. What the hell? Trying to think it's not Arbites, it's something else. I forget what else I think that's his one shtick. He also I think he plays Space Wolves as well, I'm pretty sure. But anyways, he's definitely a nerd like me when it comes to that stuff. If you ever would like to talk about that, go Custodes, that's right. Adeptus Custodes. If you ever want to talk to me about like nerdy ass shit like that, try to hit me up on the Masculine Geek when I'm doing Masculine Geeks, because Vince and the rest of those guys are really good dudes. Ryan Stone has joined us on our Dungeons and Dragons games as well, so he comes over there as well. But what was this? I sucked ass. Why did I suck ass? Rolo, you sucked ass on the UCW show. What's the UCW? Had to listen to your gay drama, then dipped out without saying anything. You're a bitch. Okay. You mean Undead Chronic? I was that bitch. I had to go, man. I had to take Glenn Lawrence home. So I didn't duck out. Anyways, did I not give you what you came for? Were you not entertained? I gave you the entire story. So there you go. You sucked ass. You know what? Here you go. There's that attention you wanted, my friend. What is this? Undead Chronic 14, dipshit. Okay. All right. Thanks, man. It's all good. Don't ban him. Don't ban him. Let him stay. Don't ban that dude. Just so people know that I actually did the show. I had the balls to show up. There you go. But anyway, I mean, I don't care one way or another. I thought it was pretty good too. I know. What are you talking about? I thought it was a really good show. I'm sorry I had to bail. By the way, I did say in the private chat, hey, I had to go because I had to take Glenn home, who, by the way, went to the VA hospital that night. So go fuck yourself. All right. Doing the right thing. Sometimes you got to do things. Sometimes you got to go. Sometimes you got to keep your boys up, watch your boys. Oh, okay. Sorry. I didn't say goodbye. Did it hurt your fifis? I'm sorry. I did say so. I said so in the private chat. You weren't there. Nobody knows. Nobody cares. Whatever. Everybody said they liked that show. I thought it was pretty good. People disagree with you. Damn swordsman. The only reason I'm letting you stay is because you have a Samurai Jack icon, and I kind of like Samurai Jack. So. All right. Yeah. Fuck you. Everybody loved that show. Everybody was into it, except for you. Okay. There's that attention you wanted. Some more. You want some more? Come on. Keep going. Come on. Give me some more. Keep it going. Yep. They just do. Like that's the thing that gets me is like, I know what I'm in for. I know what I'm in for. And by the way, I explained pretty much everything that was going on with Brittany Venti, which I'm going to keep my mouth shut about for the time being. I also want to point out that there is a difference between a lawsuit and reporting a crime. One is suing somebody, which I'm not doing, and one is reporting a crime, which I may or may not have done. Anyways, that's it. All right, guys. Thanks for watching. I will try to pick this up on Wednesday if I can. Access Vegas will be on Thursday, same time. At least for now. I'll let you know if anything changes. So that'll be me. You want some? Oh, here you go. Here, maybe I should just say no goodbyes right now. Fuck all y'all. Bye. See ya. I'm out. No. Okay. What else do I have? I think that's about it. People who are asking me about the Turkish translations. I've got a Spanish translation in the work. I have Turkish translations, but I'm still kind of figuring out who's going to do that. I have a Korean translation of of books 2 through 4 that's coming soon. Rolo, with you as a 50+ Gen Xer on TRT and lifting. Oh, here come the good questions now. Are you using cold plunge therapy and using anti-inflammatories? I feel like I need to use anti-inflammatories. Be careful lifting. It definitely gets you injured. Stay swallow. Yeah. Well, the thing is like, it's not so much the lift. It's the getting it to the point of the lift. So if I'm doing dumbbells, I got to be careful because I can do a lot more weight like now, but it's not the actual it's not the actual movement itself. It's taking it off the fucking rack. And I'm like, oh fuck, because you're not realizing which way you have to go with that heavy a weight. So I think that's probably why I got injured. So, well, here's the thing: is I know. Let's just say this: no more feuds. Yeah, I will say this is that I know what the plan is, and I know who the players are now. Finally, I think I mentioned this, and I kind of wish I would have taken my own advice. So, mea culpa here, but I think that I think what is that when MLD walked off of Saucecast, and then just recently Donovan was I guess he sort of had it out with some of the girls on Saucecast as well. And I watched this and I'm like, there's definitely some sort of coordinated effort to sort of bring people down. And really that's kind of been that's also part of Rules for Radicals, by the way. It's if you can't find dirt on somebody, if you can't dig up any kind of real dirt, then you manufacture it. And you try to, and then you go and take that, and then you go through the rest of those points, like I said before, which is basically what the individuals involved in all of this were pretty much doing for a very long time. Like I'm talking like months long, 2 months long at least. So you can check that out a little bit more if you want to. You can see what my side of the story. I've already done it. It's like 2 episodes back. You can check that out on this show right now. But I will say this: I'm well aware of the deviousness and the extent to which these people will go. And if there's any lesson to be learned about this, I will make sure that I am telling people that this is what you're dealing. That you could potentially be dealing with this. And again, like I said before, there's this. It's one thing to deal with like a Corey Wayne or a Adam Lane Smith, or the people who really hate on the red pill, who were like maybe formerly they were into it and they're not. Yeah, Natalia is most. I'll you know what? Let's put that up there. She orchestrated a lot of that stuff with MLD and Angela Knight and Erudite and a lot of the people who hang out with Destiny. She was in on all of that. What did you say here? And said nothing when the girls. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. The plot, if there is such a thing, the methodology, let's say, of all this is really similar to what I see happening or like it's following the playbook of Saul Alinsky's Rules for Radicals. And I expect the ridicule is going to come next, which it's really already here. I can handle. I'm good with that, right? But I want to know who I'm dealing with. And we've come to the point, I think, where ambush media is like the new standard. We call it YouTube blood sports, which, by the way, Brittany Venti was like one of the pioneers of back in the Andy Worski days. But this is the level of coordination that you can expect, like to the point where it's like I dodged a bullet, right? If I'd have said anything different, or if I hadn't said what I had said, or if I hadn't like replied with certain emails, then I would have probably been in a whole lot more trouble, or it would have looked like I was. And I think that it's not enough to just silence somebody now. They want you to actually go away. They want you to be in prison. They want you to lose everything. You have to lose everything for them to win. And they will coordinate this with other people who are on board with that. So you have to be aware of that now, I think more than ever. So I think what was funny is like they were saying like, oh, and now Rolo will always look behind his back. He won't know what email to trust. He won't know. And unfortunately, you're right. You are. Because I'll tell you, I'm going to probably get, and I'll probably have gotten emails from people who genuinely need help, who genuinely say, hey, look, I want a one-on-one. I want a counseling. I want to join your Patreon, blah, blah, blah. I'm probably, if I ignore you or you don't get a reply from me, like as quick as you'd like, probably because of that. I'm checking everything. I'm running it through multiple sources right now. I'm running it through like some friends of mine now, but it's like, yeah, unfortunately, you basically fuck it up for everyone else. And I want to leave you guys with this. I once told Alex from Playing with Fire, I said, the reason why I go so hard at guys like that or guys who misrepresent the red pill is because the people who actually need the help, the people who need to know this stuff, because remember, when guys are getting zeroed out, when guys are like looking for this stuff, it's not because they don't find it because we advertise, it's because they go out looking for it. So when I see that, and then I'm looking at like I've got, like I said, I've got a series of posts where people are saying, hey, you saved my life. I've got that. I occasionally I'll read the handwritten note and everything from mothers saying, hey, you saved my son's life and stuff like that. When I see that, and then I see people deliberately misrepresenting or like deliberately obfuscating like red pill stuff, whatever, my writing, my work, when I see there's a deliberate, a deliberate effort to distort or discredit or disprove or to whatever, when I see that, the reason I get mad is not because of me. It's because I know that the guys who have benefited from this, who have literally saved their lives, like literally canceled their scheduled suicides, will not get that. And to me, that puts them in a complicit or a complicit role in all of that. I'm not saying that like Alex is like, oh, he's literally putting a gun to these guys' heads. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that the people who are looking for that help won't find that help because of some stupid child who's decided that I don't like what he has to say, I'm going to take him down. And now, by the way, that's a new hack right now. Remember I said about there's the hustlers and there's the outrage brokers and there's the pastors and then there's the entertainers and that stuff. We need to add one more category to that, and that's the takedown people. And there's people who just all they want to do is do exposed. If you see exposed in the title, you're dealing with a takedown guy. That's another thing is the takedowners, like for lack of a better term, the character assassins, the people who want to sort of like find some way to pull you down. I've been doing this for 20 some odd years. I can't even imagine like how many people have benefited from my work, but like because of the actions of individuals who just think it's funny, I think it's a hobby. I think it's something that they really want to, it's worthwhile. The very short lives that they have, this is time well spent for them. So I'm just going to continue to do what I'm doing, go back to work, go back to my writing, go build Access Vegas, do what I've been doing. Like you got to remember, like for the last year, I was mentioning this on the other show. For the last year, actually less than a year, because it was on October's when we started Access Vegas. But I've been building another show. I've been building I've been building a new base of operations in Las Vegas. We had Adam Sosnick on our show. And I want to tell you something. That's almost a little bit of a point of pride is to bring Adam Sosnick on Access Vegas. We're the #1 podcast in Las Vegas. And we still got a ways to go. We do. But we're the #1 podcast in Las Vegas right now. And I say that with a no little sense of pride to do so, because we busted our ass. Me, Miguel, Glenn, Mike, everybody involved. We got, by the way, we got a lot of other projects that are upcoming as well. I don't think people really realize that the work and the energy and the effort that's going on behind the scene. And meanwhile, I've got ankle biters, and I've got people basically plotting my downfall at the same time. So in spite of all that, I'm looking at the shit that I've done in the last like 9 months, which outweighs like anything any of these guys have done in the last like month. So when I'm the focus of attention, it's not because I'm trying to be that way. I'm not trying to be a gossip. I'm not trying to be that. Of course, anybody can say you're a gossip. All I have to do is just like open my mouth and say someone's name and I'm a gossip, right? But it's funny to me that the same people who want to be like the taker downer guys, they're not gossips. Really? I don't know. I know what I'm dealing with. So yeah, it means I'm doing something right. Thank you very much, Sarah. I think you're right. Anyways, I think so. I think there's a lot more that we have to do. I mean, we're not even through the first year in Vegas, and I've done more. We're planning products. We're planning we've got another big studio that the studio that we're in right now, the one we're calling Red One, at the Jabrizi studio right now, that's going to be our safe house at some point, but because we're building we're putting together a bigger facility right now. So we've got that coming up. And meanwhile, People think it's a good idea to just try to like put me in jail. People think it's a good idea to, to try to get me on something because they don't have anything on me. In fact, if anything, that should be a compliment to me, I guess, because it takes that level of coordination to put something together to try to bring about my downfall, because there's nothing there for them. There's no past. There's no skeletons in my closet for them to really, oh, his real name is George. Yeah. And your name is Steve, and your name is Brittany Deere, and your name, like, we're all on a first name basis right now. So why the fuck not? I don't care what you call me, right? Clearly you don't care, but it is what it is. I'll just keep going and doing what I'm doing. Just go back to work, just kicking ass, because I have outlasted people better than this. So there you go. All right, guys, I will see you guys. I would try to do something on Wednesday if I have a chance, but I will be live from Lake Tahoe probably within the next couple of days. So check my Instagram. If you have not read The Rational Male, why haven't you? Please go get it at Amazon. Just go into Amazon, type in The Rational Male, and you'll find all 5 of my books. So please go and have a look at that. And then like any of the stuff that I've read today has been out of those books. The classes for the Player's Handbook, the first module is done. I'm parsing it out, and I'm doing the post-production myself while I'm in Tahoe right now. So those should be coming out very soon. So I'm going to have a first time I've ever done classes. So bear with me. I don't know how to do it, but I'm going to make that work. Got lots of other things, lots of irons in the fire. And all I'm going to do is like, do my best. That's all I can do is my best. All I gotta do is promise you my best. So you guys, thank you for watching, and I will see you soon.
Tell these bitches to go to hell.
Would you do it again? I need to feel you on top of me. It was my first time, but I was just a kid when we met and went to bed. It was my first time. What'd you expect from me? I'm breaking up the rules now in the game. I've got some new tools. Please do the same. Time came by and went over like a matchbox stereo. Time to give my thoughts, now let it go. Bound to keep me up all night. She's not a Christian, but maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Won't you put it on me one more again? I need to know if maybe we can fuck again, then maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Best in my life. Every time a man's being nice to you, all he's doing is offering dick. Now we're fucking in the bathroom, tearing up every wall while I got your hair. Why you screaming my name?
That's nasty. It is nasty, right? Isn't it nasty? Ugh.
She was swinging in the bedroom, whole time stopping and slipping with her hair like she's Claudia Kelly. Well, I'm a whore. So baby, run me, ride me up and down like a pony, turning up my song, getting messy, working up and down on your body. Run me, ride me up and down like a pony, turning up my song on your body. Baby, we'll get down to it all night. But maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Won't you put it on me one more again? I need to know if maybe we can fuck again, then maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again.
Preceding podcast has been a production of The Rational Male. Live from Reno, Nevada. All rights reserved, 2021, registered trademark. Don't steal my stuff.
Man, well, sometimes you don't get no hoes, man.
always say to give a woman vote is like to let a monkey fly a plane.